Find anything good, I'll let you know.
Okay, I mean, there is nothing good. It's a gimmick. It's just such a cheap gimmick. I couldn't say no to it. William paid more for his 2 fucking monitors than I did for this thing.
My monitor was pretty good.
Yeah, no, but then you paid way out the ass for the other one.
Yeah, I can't even use that because I don't have the right cables. Either way, still I wanted it, and it's not a gimmick. I'll be using it for literally everything.
I mean, I could use this for literally... Do you want me to DM
Do it.
VR?
Go ahead.
There actually, there is a D&D tabletop VR
I'm sure
thing.
that would be neat if it weren't for the fact that I need 3 monitors worth of fucking references to DM.
You can open monitors and...
You can't navigate them nearly as quickly in VR as you can with a keyboard and mouse.
Very correct, but you
especially when it comes to like typing. But no, I've fucked around with that. It's very interesting. Would never want to DM with it. What I do want to do is DM after a month and a half of not playing, of which I will take like 90% of the blame.
Because it's 40 minutes past.
I think for the most part, it's just it was a lot of burnout that kind of hit at once and at the worst possible time. So. My bad. And then finally getting ready, and then the holidays hitting. So hey, at least we're getting 3 weeks here in between holidays.
Whoop.
Last thing.
Was Hannah correct? Was the dates she posted the ones we're not playing?
Well, her and Kim both can't make it, so yeah. Sometime around then, I do have another one shot I want to run. So we'll see when people are ready, and we'll discuss that.
Oh wait, there's one more thing that we have to talk about. We're finally down to 6, so...
We need to get 7th?
No.
Specifically,
the opposite of that.
Wait. The opposite of that. A revolver has 6 bullets. Is it time?
There's 7 of us.
You're missing the point. Just leave it as it is. Everything's fine.
No, but we definitely want to do Russian roulette once we finish.
Well, yeah, once the campaign's over.
Okay, but
no. I mean, with the emojis after
only if all 6 cylinders are loaded.
Oh my god! That's
Ben
wild
goes first.
shit.
Oh.
We just delete 6 fucking emotes.
No, I think he's talking about deleting 6 characters.
That's what I was talking about.
Oh, we don't delete any emotes. Not to worry, William. Checked.
There it is. It's a good one.
What the fuck is this?
Thank you, Vishal.
Oh god, I didn't realize that the volume had turned back up because we were using a new link.
Why is that the funniest thing?
Not to worry, Robert. Checked. Good.
He's dead, John.
No, I'm not even laughing right now. I'm just smiling. It's my joke. I brought this to the world.
Oh.
There's a story behind this, but I want to play D&D.
I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Hang on,
I'm
let me help you.
really trying. I mean, a little bit of tears. Oh. Not to worry, friends. Checked. Oh, after.
Don't worry, I got someone helping out, I think.
After. I can't stop laughing.
We're all sitting here, all waiting.
It's a funny joke I'm laughing at. Shut up. After making your way into the occupied lands of Kintaran, finding a ally who seemed to know something about the city and how to navigate it, and doing your best reconnaissance that you possibly could, trying to understand what is going on in Virat. What the fuck? The deal with Korvir, the invasion, the Red Band, the bindings, how all of it ties together. You tried to, as best you could, speak with people, ingratiate yourselves amongst a very foreign populace, at least to Owen. And over the course of a few days, put together some sort of game plan on how to deal with Korvir. Time being of the essence, given that it seems the siege and assault of Borealis has been very successful, and that is a military that will be chomping at the bit to take back Virat. So, for a couple more days, things getting strange here in the city. Everything being off, gray, bit just desaturated. The nights would get stranger. Weird ephemeral mist, seemingly creating tiny, non-existent creatures of the mist, little hands grasping at you. Not seemingly affecting you, but there nonetheless. But you guys steeled yourselves, and after days of discussion, you had something resembling a plan, and who knows if it would ever actually get put into action. For now, the morning of Omen 8 Witness, I believe. The full moon beginning to wane. I ask unto you all, as the strangities of this pseudo-plane, dangers of this place, everything being more and more uncomfortable today. Morning has come. You have kept your eyes as peeled and careful as they could down in the smuggling tunnels of Virat, where Alicia had set up camp. I ask unto you all, Owen, Ram, Alicia, Evian, Ishri, and Walker. What are you guys doing?
I think we were just waking up, yeah? Like everyone getting to?
Yeah.
Do we have... it's a long shot. Does anyone remember who was on watch last?
Yeah, I don't remember what the order of the watches. I think Walker was in the middle.
Owen, because he likes to be up first?
I think
actually
Ishri was last on the watch.
Lately.
Was it?
Yeah.
Ishri's having fun making breakfast lately that we all prestidigitation afterwards, so it tastes decent.
Yeah, I think that was something.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Ishri would take last watch to try to make you all breakfast. You all seem so excited about it.
I think someone told her to be more careful with making breakfast in the future last time.
I think that was you.
Walker?
I think Walker says things, yes. I think someone,
you know,
told Ishri to be a little more conservative with our food. Right, well, I guess I'll say I'll start the thing. Walker is gonna fucking begin to get up, stretch. God, I slept awful. It feels like I've been sleeping for over a month.
And do you feel like you slept awful over the month?
Yeah, sleeping, that's way too long to sleep.
I think there's not enough.
I mean, usually people don't need a month's worth of sleep at once. I feel like that would get your muscles pretty stiff. That'd be pretty bad.
That's sleeping like the dead. Walker's gonna move out into the passageways. I don't know what the fuck to call it. And double check to make sure everything's good before returning to the others. It's just very misty, yeah.
You were asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, from what you can tell, it's just like, you know, foot and a half off the ground, just waves of this grayish fog that occasionally forms as little pseudo arms that will vaguely grasp at you and then fade away. Sometimes a tiny little cloud that seems shaped like a bat or other bird just starts to fly and gets another foot in the air before disappearing. Things like
maybe kicks at like the fog. Does it like move like fog would with air currents and shit?
It does, yeah.
Oh, and this isn't normal Taran fucking weather, is it?
Gods no. This is... I mean, don't you see the little hands?
Well, I thought I'd double check.
You don't think... Are we all awake now?
Yeah.
I should have asked.
Yeah.
You don't think maybe he's like looking for us or something?
I have no doubt he is.
If the fog was looking for us, it probably would have already found us as it is here. So it's probably not just something to do with the planes being strange and the vampires being able to bring on their will to the plane.
It's not common to the Shadowfell, though. But it could just be something else.
Walker's gonna like scratch his scraggly beard. Ishri, is this magic fog?
No, it's not.
It's not.
I mean, it might be magic to some extent, but not enough for it to be detectable, I suppose.
How does this change things then? We need to go look above ground to see if it's... to see just how far it's spread.
If it's down
see if
here,
it will
then it's going
affect
to
our
be,
plans.
It's going to be all over the place.
Not necessarily.
Why would it be underground and not above ground?
Aye.
I don't know. I don't understand magic.
I mean...
Oh.
But I mean, there is a chance that it is not above ground. No, it's not guaranteed.
I suppose.
Well, this one we can find out. Walker's gonna then start moving towards one of the exits.
We should be careful about that, though.
Ishri disguises self into the disguise she's been using, which is just a human version of Ishri.
The rest of you, as she casts it, can see her disguise is not fully itself. It is as if it is slightly transparent. Like you could see through it.
Ishri, you look like a ghost.
That's probably
What
the fog can do then.
Look at your hands.
This has never happened before. Is there something wrong with my magic, or?
It could be the fog.
I feel like it probably is. That would make sense. Although if he does himself have transmutation magic, I guess it might also affect it, or maybe that's what's causing it. I'm not sure.
Can Ishri detect magic again on the fog that's near her, where she still has the detect magic up?
There is definitely this faint... It's not... The way you detect it is more... Give me an Arcana check to see how Ishri would try to understand it. The best way, I think, to describe it, it's as if the disguise self that you've casted is almost like leaking out into the fog.
Good.
It's the fog is... It's taking my magic away of my disguise.
Oh, that's... Does Alicia ever heard of such a concept in magic?
Give me an Arcana check.
Besides for herself, I suppose.
Jesus Christ! Oh.
Here you go. Here's
We roll
Alicia for
27s.
you.
Oh,
this
and
house.
here we go. This is how we start. It is... while this specifically is not, like, the concept of areas that completely block out magic is a thing, the idea of something like this that is doing it slowly tracks, like, as if this is building, possibly to that end, is the best way you can tell. Like, this is something that is getting more powerful. Like, it's been around, like, getting, not necessarily stronger, but, like, been around for a day or two now, and it's definitely, like, this hasn't happened yet, so you would imagine it's getting stronger, and the end result will probably be something much more akin to a field of anti-magic.
So, I mean, I can't guarantee this for sure because, you know, this is weird vampire magic. But since the fog has seemingly been growing over the past few days, and this is the first time this has affected the magic, I feel like this might be growing in effect. Like, the same way some enchantments take a very long time to produce properly, it seems like this whole area is slowly building up to become some kind of anti-magic field.
Oh, that's very bad. We don't have much time then, because no, we just don't have much time.
At least less time than we might have anticipated otherwise.
It's good that we have made preparations. I shudder to think what would happen to this place if all magic was taken from it.
I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of restriction to it. I'd assume he wouldn't want to take away the entirety of his own magic. Although, wait, how much? Owen, it's some kind of magic that's protecting the place where your sister is, isn't it?
Aye.
I don't know if this could potentially affect it.
You would know better than me, but
It's
all we
just
know is that Korvir and his minions cannot reach my sister. So I suppose we don't know for a fact that it's magic or something else. It is, as she told me, that it was Karad that was protecting her.
Him. With a 27, there is one word I should probably add in there that would help to contextualize it. Not so much forcing the magic to leak. I think a better word would be siphoning.
Oh, okay.
That's a much worse word.
Yeah. That's much closer to what Alicia is familiar to.
Yeah.
I mean, from the way the magic is acting right now, like, you can see the arms and the hands there.
Like, she'd probably be pointing to the feet of where Ishri is with her magic.
It looks like it's taking it away. But not just, like, you know, making it dissipate. Or, like, magic can be dissipated through the rest of the plane. But magic can also be taken by something to something else.
Ishri drops the disguise self spell.
It's potentially that whatever spell we use gives power to some extent to something else.
Wonderful.
The same way I seem to,
she's looking to, like, one of the dogs.
would make the dogs here uncomfortable because I tend to absorb magic to a certain extent. It would have potentially a similar effect. I do not take power from the dogs, personally, but it gives them that impression that I'm taking away the magic. I don't know, though, if this would presumably actually give him the magic that we're using.
So you don't know if casting spells in the mist will help him?
There's no way to really know unless, you know, we actually see it happen, because this is not very common magic. This isn't something that's studied a lot. It's just a theory based off of how things are reacting right now. And also, it probably also depends on how strong it is. Right now, it seems to be stronger than it was yesterday, but in a week from now, it could very certainly take away magic and give it to somebody else. But as it is right now, I couldn't say.
Perhaps used to power some great ritual.
That also does not sound very good.
I mean, whether it be a ritual or someone or somewhere or some kind of, I don't know, piling up of power or something, it does not seem like it's just dissipating out of nowhere. It's definitely going somewhere. Somewhere to something, someone, I don't know, but it's not just disappearing.
Well, we were gonna move as quick as possible anyway, right?
I do. Does anyone have, I don't know, another way to disguise me beyond just a hood? I feel like I'm really gonna stand out. I do regularly, and then no one's going to recognize me, and it could be bad. Be very
I don't
bad.
know how invisibility and flying will work in this mist.
If Walker's magic works, then we should be able to get up to the walls without too much trouble. And once we're inside,
It won't matter.
hopefully, it will not matter. They will be sleeping or easily surprised.
Fantastic. Okay.
Is anyone keeping watch right?
Walker went to go check on the surface, if you recall.
Okay, Walker did head towards the surface. I mean, that's a
assuming
decent
Sin
one.
would have
Okay,
followed.
yeah.
Kind of keeping an eye out to make sure that if he hears return, like footsteps or noises, that they match that, like the movement that he knows. is Walker's.
Perception check from Evian. And Walker, which direction were you?
Fuck me.
Probably closer to the outside rather than the inside.
Like the outside walls?
Like farther from the keep.
Okay.
Assuming that things would be more dangerous closer to it, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Please don't die. I won't notice.
I would also like a perception check from Walker. Ugh. God, a 27 followed by a nat 1. That's...
I believe in a thing called perception. Hey, average. Love to see it.
I wish I could roll average.
A hot walk for Walker. Then.
How's Sin doing?
I was about to say, the best you get is Sin seems like he's got like essentially like got an upset stomach or something. Like she ate something bad, which doesn't make sense because she's not a real animal.
She still eats though.
Yeah, but like
Does
you know,
she need to eat?
She's never gotten sick because she would not get sick. She doesn't actually have a stomach.
Does Sin need to eat?
I don't think so.
Bro, has she been fucking scarfing down food this whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He likes
Right.
it. He likes food.
Right.
And
Usually
like
feeds
Sin.
her.
We do like Sin.
But yes,
I'm not gonna
best.
say no to my dog.
She definitely seems like off. Not incredibly so, but like the same kind of vibe you would get when like, you know, you eat some chicken that's probably a little too old, that same kind of thing.
People die from that in medieval setting, don't they, then?
I'm talking a day or two on fucking cooked old chicken.
Walker, there'll probably be a moment when Walker kind of like turns to, you know, check on her, you know, looks her over, you know, talks to her like, what's going on with you? You know, just trying to make sure she's not dying.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Would there be anything odd he'd notice about her physicality or anything like that?
Medicine check.
Damn, I was hoping for investigation. I want to find that hole that's through her chest. Oh, yeah, where's medicine on this fucking list?
There's a hole through the center of your dog. You somehow didn't notice.
Seems fine. Like while you're kind of like, you know, messing with her, looking her over, like her stomach kind of rumbles a bit and she like gives you sad eyes and her ears kind of go back and she just looks a little nervous, but otherwise okay. Physically.
I mean, you could also ask her.
I mean, Walker, I mean, they have like a weird psychic bond thing. I'm sure Sin understands that Walker is concerned.
Yes.
But if there's nothing like immediate that he thinks he can do, then he'll just keep a note of that and keep heading on. Maybe he'll ask Owen to get like some mint paste for her to chew on to help with this upset stomach.
Oh yeah, dude.
Chew on a fucking mint leaf.
Chew on him. I hope
that's dog. Oh. That's dog snuff.
So, Walker, you told the party where you were, like which direction. Like you can just say you were checking the surface.
I assume at least Evian would have seen.
Yeah, but like remember, it's not necessarily a maze, but there are multiple paths down here.
No, he did not specify. He did say we should check to see if we should check the surface to see if our plans need to change.
Okay.
And then he walked off towards this direction.
Okay, he walked off. The closest one outside the walls would have been to the west.
Sure.
Last thing Evian was.
And that was the last time any of them saw him.
Goodbye,
wouldn't that be
Walker.
wild?
Walker, I'm gonna need you to pre-roll 3 death saves.
6. Gotta be.
Oh, we'll see what happens after 3. You gotta pre-roll it some amount. Anyway, so Evian keeping your eyes peeled, the rest of you, or your ears peeled, the rest of you, discussing. Like, is Evian inside of the room or outside of it?
I'd imagine Evian would be like in a corner.
Okay.
Like leaning against a wall,
wearing a dunce cap. Sorry.
Facing the corner, of course.
Evian's looking into like a tiny mirror, admiring his newfound hotness.
What happened?
Where did
I love this
get
city.
the mirror? That's what the magic is doing.
He stole it from Rom.
The Walker is direction. Evian is inside, but listening at the door. Guys, continue discussing. Are you still eating the prestidigitation Ishri Gala breakfast?
Probably.
Walker's probably having a breakfast on the go. Ball pemmican, of course.
Okay, so he's not getting the good magic tape.
Listen, it's magic. It's weird,
I have a tangentially related, breakfast-related question, Ben.
Okay.
How does my little gem tumbler work? Do I have to grind them up and snort the gem dust?
No, just by putting it in there. It seems to, like... You would find out if you used it.
Well, I'm going to be using it, so let me know when that can occur.
Yeah, once you put it in there, we will see what happens.
Ven knows what will happen. You'll see what happens, you little shit.
Now, I don't want to interrupt William's scene.
Do I have a scene?
You're going to check the thing.
Well, I guess I am.
As you head there, after a little while's travel, stopping for a moment to check on Sin, you intersection.
I make sure to give her. I offer a little bit of the pemmican to see if she bites, but if she doesn't, then Walker will just finish on his own.
She gives like a type of look, like the last thing she wants to do is eat now.
Yeah, Walker thought so, but
And you make the left at the intersection, and then eventually a right. They're down, following the path that you have done your best to memorize from the drawings that this massive smuggling. As you get to the basement, it is not like you get into where there is the shelf and make your way to the basement itself, and then you come up the ladder and the trapdoor not moving, as if there's something very heavy on top.
Uh-oh.
If Walker like listens carefully for a moment, does he hear anything in particular?
Listening with your very, very slightly above average perception? Nope.
What do you mean very slightly above average?
I mean, you rolled an 11.
What?
Plus 6.
Oh, that's
Walker average, not average average.
I thought that was for keeping an eye out. Wouldn't this be a different thing
okay, I'll
altogether?
allow you another one.
Yeah, this is like...
God, I hope
like,
this is a nat one. God, I hope this is a nat one.
To clarify, this is specifically if there's anything... He's just looking if there's anything, like, you know, right outside the trapdoor.
It does not budge, but you do not hear it. Like, there's about maybe a fifth of an inch of wiggle room. It's very heavy on the other side. Like, something like... You're trying to, like, at your best, like, trying to, like, use, like, your shoulder to kind of, like, lift it as you're climbing up the ladder, and it does not budge. You don't hear
after it didn't
anything.
budge immediately, Walker would not be testing it any further. He's just trying to glean, like, you know.
Yeah, it definitely, like... Definitely not budging.
But he's not trying to move it. He's just
Yeah,
trying to listen.
no. I was just describing that.
Okay.
It was... And otherwise, you don't hear anything.
Walker will make a mental note that we might need to have Simon use his shadow thing to get one of us out of here. But he's going to go check another route that isn't a trapdoor. Like the funny brick wall one.
Oh, the one that the one you guys originally came in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Though his brow is ever more so furrowed than before.
Make your way down towards that one. Meanwhile...
I'm going to rephrase that if you don't mind. Just that much more furrowed than before. Huh. There we go.
Okay. Meanwhile, the rest of you... What are you doing?
Well, I was about to use my cool tumbler, but I don't know if I just didn't read this before or if you added it since then, but the description says that it contains a lid that only opens when a small onyx jewel piercing is attached to someone's body as part of the attunement.
Yes.
What?
That was part of the... That is part of attuning to it. Oh. There's a small onyx jewel piercing.
Owen has a piercing?
That's part of the jewel. So the tumbler. So yeah.
This is important. Where does he have?
I mean, where does it go?
Wherever you want.
Surprisingly twunk.
Wherever you want.
On a belly button?
Dick piercing?
Does it go to his belly button?
Oh my god!
It's canon. Shit. Owen has a cock ring.
Owen's got the Prince Albert.
It's definitely not the Prince Albert. It's probably just in his right earlobe.
Okay.
That means he's single.
I mean, he is.
Single and looking.
It checks out.
All right, so now that we have established that.
Yeah, I can't believe I'd never read that before. Anyway, during breakfast, Owen is going to take out this kind of small glass tumbler, and he's going to sort of balance it like on his knee or something. And then he'll get out a small leather pouch, and he'll kind of shake some glittering gems out onto his palm, and he'll sort of look back and forth between the tumbler and the gems. And he'll finally pick one up. It's an emerald. And he'll sort of take a deep breath, and he'll kind of like gingerly drop it into the tumbler.
Do so, and begins to shake ever so slightly, like almost like kind of like popcorn, bouncing back and forth a little bit. Goes a little bit faster, a little bit faster. The lid, as soon as it like touches the bottom, slamming shut, and it shaking, and almost after maybe 4 or 5 seconds, almost centrifugal with speed. Like, it no longer looks to be a gem, just a blur of deep emerald green. And then a second later, there is this flash of color. And feel this warmth and empowerment that begins at your ear and just over the course of a second just gives you this extra bit of just feel just slightly more powerful. Tumbler is empty once.
Well, I didn't know if that would work, but do I get my spell slot?
Yeah. Very expensive spell slot.
It was a 200 gold piece spell slot.
Yeah, pretty expensive, but like.
Well, I mean, if we die, an emerald's not going to help us.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right. Oh. Something to note, almost completely silent. Tumbler was.
But it did give off the flash of light.
Yes. It was not like a bright flashlight. Like, it was bright if you were looking at it, but it didn't give off a ton of light, like, around you to your surroundings. It was definitely that traditional, uncanny, arcane feeling that a lot of enchanted things have, where they don't really obey the basic laws of the universe properly.
Once that's done, he'll kind of take a deep breath, carefully put it away. And then he'll sort of look around to all the lads, minus Walker. Have I spoken of the other way into the castle yet?
You have not, but seems a good thing to mention.
Yeah. We just mentioned the wall, I believe.
Opposite the main gate, there's well, I suppose it's a postern gate, you know, it's something to use if the castle is breached. Not that it ever has been, but nobody goes there. It's not used. I don't ever remember it even being opened. But there's a small door set in the wall. A heavy bar shuts it from the other side. Keeps it shut, I should say.
How would we not open that?
A door that could be broken through? I presume not.
It is quite sturdy.
Do we
I
have
don't
any...
think we could force our way through quietly without magic.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that would make quite a racket getting through.
I was going to ask if there was a way that we could perhaps use magic to burn through it?
Is it wooden?
I don't know.
Can you describe the door to us, Ben?
The door.
I've never seen it.
The back door to the Varat's.
To the keep.
It is a heavy iron door that, as far as you know, has like pretty much been opened maybe once or twice ever. It was, you know, it was a backdoor escape that kind of, I don't want to go into a detailed history lesson for the sake of your sanity, but essentially it kind of became like a way for people to make fun of Lenore once Garland established Varat and everything and took over this forward operating castle as like, look, a way for the little bitches to run away. That sort of thing. So it became reinforced and blocked off from the inside so that other people could not get into it, and it would not be, you know, an Achilles heel for the fortress.
When you say blocked off, do you mean they like bricked it off?
They did not brick it off. What they did was, it would have been from what you know, it would have been 2 iron-banded crossbars that then would have been like hammered shut so that they could not move. like, nailed shut. So that the crossbars were essentially permanent.
So that's not a way in?
I mean, it is in theory, but that is a door that, as far as you know, had never really been used. Unless it was changed during the occupation or at some point since you left. Can't say.
Oh, and we'll relay all of this information.
Now, of course, for the low price of a singular spell slot, I'm sure you can find out.
What, you want me to fucking divination whether we can go through the door?
I'm just saying it's an option.
That's gonna be a hard pass from me, dog. I think I unprepared it to lessen the temptation.
Damn you, Nick.
You should ask, is it sealed shut in such a way that we can't see any cracks going into it?
Maybe. I don't know.
I was going to say, if... I mean, a blacksmith can bend metal with heat. Would we not maybe be able to do something similar with powerful enough magic?
Or if you give me a tool or something to pry it open, and there's a crack, I could get inside underneath the crack. Just kind of teleport in, and then pry it open from the other side. Though that may be loud.
Well, I can mask noise, but...
And if there's people on the other side, then you're stuck on the other side with them.
Hopefully between Onyx and other means we'll know what lies in wait on the other side of the wall and atop it. We'll not be going into the keep blind. Or into the walls blind, I should say. But other than that, I can't think of any way in besides flying. I suppose if we have a grappling hook, maybe we could get up the wall.
I don't know.
I mean, I can do the whole flying thing.
But not
Can
for
Simon also help
7 of
with-
us and 2 dogs.
We could carry each other, I suppose.
That would be significantly more noticeable.
I could make some people invisible. It's not everybody, though.
I think the back entrance might be the best move.
Yeah, I feel like it is worth a shot.
Does anyone have a crowbar of any sort, or some way to take out nails that are hammered in?
Evian starts shuffling through his bag.
So Ven, describe, like, is it a crossbar that's been nailed into the stone?
No. So it is, like, essentially, you know, you have the iron that comes out and goes up with the 2 crossbars across it, holding them in, and then last you would have seen, they would have been barred on both sides, so that the only way to deal with it was up, and then nails going into, like, to block it so you could no longer lift them, going across the top. That make sense?
I'm having a hard time visualizing it. Like,
so they are still sitting in, I don't know what the fucking brackets are called that you sit a crossbar in. But
I got that.
Yeah, they're sitting in that. They can't slide in either direction. So the only way would have been to lift them. But then they had 2 massive nails driven in through the top of the brackets to the edge of the stone. I guess they would be in it slightly.
Okay, so the brackets have nails through them, preventing the bar from being lifted.
Yes.
The bar itself is, and the bars are made of iron.
Yes, the bars are iron. Yes, I believe they're iron, and they're iron, and the bottom one would have been straight iron, and then the one on top of it would have been iron banded wood.
Okay. So if we get Eastri on the other side, and then Owen casts silence, she can just shear through the bars.
Yeah. You would imagine it would not be the hardest thing in the world, especially if she had a pry bar or something to just be able to, or she could just fucking destroy him.
Or, you know, chop through them with a magic sword.
Yeah, she could chop through him with a magic sword.
Are the iron bars perchance undead?
Iron was never living, so no, but like wood was at one point living. It was by a tree. Anyway, so it would be about now that Evian, you hear movement coming. Like, you can hear steps getting closer.
Right
They're
on.
not super... Like, it takes a moment, and you're like... You know, listening to the conversation, you just kind of zone it out, and... It's not Walker. It's not a dog. It seemed like 3 legs, maybe?
What?
3 legs?
Evian's gonna, like, kind of snap his fingers until people start looking at him.
Okay.
like, he's gonna be like, I'm just not really knowing what to say, just kind of like, and assuming anyone looks at him, he would put like a finger to his lips, and then he would, attempting to be quiet, move to the entrance of where they would, of where the footsteps would come from.
Owen, being very nervous about where we are and what we're about to do, instantly snaps to attention. And,
Just being
rather than trust himself to move quietly, just freezes in place.
Okay, so Evian, you are are listening like at the door. Was the door shut at this point or no?
The door. Okay, I think Evian would have shut the door behind Walker.
Okay, so you snap everyone to attention, and then you are doing what exactly?
I would like to kind of crouch where the door would open, on the side that it opens, ready to grab and hopefully drop whatever comes through the door.
As you crouch and get ready, there are more. And you just start to hear like people arguing but being unable to speak.
Cool,
Getting
very
louder.
cool.
Alicia
Right.
will whisper to Rom, assuming Rom is right next to her.
Maybe you should send a message to Walker. Should be cautious.
Oh shit, did he
how close are
leave?
they? Yeah,
Yes, Walker's been gone this whole time!
Did you forget? Did you think I was being silent? Just
Like half
uncharacteristically?
sending, maybe?
Oh, you did say you were going to check on stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I'm just a smooth brain. Okay. Shh.
How close?
You
do they
cannot
sound?
tell. It's getting closer, though.
Wait, I will, in that case, send a sending to Mr. Moses Walker that says, we can hear, I mean, it's not an identifiable language right now, presumably.
No, it just sounds like you can't make out words.
Does it sound similar to the noises that some of the creatures made in the Shadowfell?
Not exactly. More like there's more overt communication to it.
But it doesn't sound like a language?
No, it sounds like people trying to communicate if they didn't know a language.
Just a bunch of grunting.
Or
Yeah,
that are
grunting and,
fucking
like, almost
idiots outside of
hissing.
the door.
Okay, so my sending is going to be, we can hear some weird noises like things walking around towards us and possibly communicating without language. Be careful.
Okay, I'm gonna need that one more time, Alex.
We can hear some weird noises, like things walking around towards us and communicating in some way, maybe. Be careful.
Immediate response is, what? One of the exits was locked. I'm still out here. Do I head back?
At this point, Evian.
He knows. It's
Yes.
fine.
Because
It's getting very close. What are you doing?
Is there something I can bar the door with?
There's a... the thing is, this is the only way in or out of this room.
Yeah, I know, but if they think the door's shut, then they might leave.
Alright, I mean, there's a table, there are chairs, there is a shelf.
I have a shovel. Is there any way that I could use it to, like...
You don't have a
the
shovel
door?
anymore. Those shovels have been destroyed for ages.
I have a second shovel.
I swear to God, you destroyed one the first time. And
Yes, I
the other
destroyed
later.
one. The other one is not destroyed. It is still
Yeah,
usable.
yeah.
I mean...
Well, you also thought you had a reckless attack until
Alright.
before the session.
Just
so.
just hold it closed with your meaty thighs or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Magical thighs.
I'll brace my back against the door.
That's what you're doing?
I fucking guess so. Because if I move furniture, it's gonna make noise, and then they'll know for sure that we're in here.
Alicia would whisper if Egan's just drink. How resistant does the door look?
No fucking
Not
idea.
very, like...
Oh no.
Alicia's just gonna say, maybe if these have swords, they could totally stab through that door.
I've survived worse.
Okay.
Shh.
Ishri is
Alicia.
screaming in her head at Lily the dog. Shut up! Be quiet! Be quiet! Shut up! In her head! In her head! In her head!
In her head.
Alicia has counterspell at a ready. Like, she's just ready to cast it.
How like my things are within reach, right? Like this isn't a large.
No, like, the room is no more than maybe, 20 feet by 40, maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna reach for my sword, but I'm not gonna draw it yet.
Okay.
Did Alicia have message? Was that something that I would know?
Yes, she does. She has used it before. She's used it before with the group.
Walker said that you said one of the entrances was closed, or did you say it was open? I mean, I guess
locked. Blocked. It would have been one of those words.
Okay. Walker says that one of the entrances is still blocked, and he wants to know if he should come back. Why did I decide to say this to Alicia? I have a brain.
Alicia would
Very
she
smooth
doesn't
brain.
know where he is. She can't use message because she doesn't know what direction he's in.
Also, isn't message only like 60 feet?
No, it's 120.
No, I think
Still.
my intention was to
Have her
see
answer
what
back.
Have her
everyone
communicate to
else
one of the
saw,
party
maybe.
dads. The other party dad.
Okay, yeah. If
Maybe
you-
see if Owen thinks he should come back or not.
Okay, she'll just nod and then she'll point towards Owen and we'll whisper with and Owen will just hear it like a louder whisper near his ear, I suppose. Apparently Walker said one of the doors was locked. He's going towards another one right now, but he's still out there somewhere. He's asking if he should come back. Rom sent a sending. And you can respond.
If the way is shut, they might have sent creatures down here to look for us.
Alicia nods.
Now, I'm assuming once we actually got out of all the meta, that was about 6 or 7 seconds total that all that happened in.
Yeah, it probably happened
Hopefully-
over the course of like max 20 seconds.
So, Evian, whatever that is, it is getting very close, and there are... It sounds more like a mob than anything else.
You can see Evian's just like, fuck.
Dude, if I had enhanced ability, I could cast that. Super strong. Damn, man.
God, I love it.
So funny.
I literally said if
my
he could
God.
like lift a big rock, then it might hurt us. But
That's really, really.
What are you
funny.
guys doing?
Alicia will message Owen and just say, I can cast a teleportation spell if things get really bad, but I can't bring everyone with me.
Oh no!
oh my God, pick your favorites. Pick your favorites.
Wait.
Okay, no. This is how.
can
This
let
is what
Simon
Owen
die.
responds. This is what he says. How many?
Oh my God!
She
It's okay,
responds,
Simon's doomed already. He's already marked for death.
I can, if I cast this, I have to go with the person and I can come back and cast it again, but I can only cast this so many times. I can only bring one person at a time.
So, Kim, what you're telling me is Owen has to decide. You're asking him to tell you
Priority
who is
list
the
for
most
survival.
important to save. That's
Well, that's
what
easy.
you're
Pick
telling
me.
me.
Wait,
Well, that's
wait, Nick.
easy,
We made
Alicia.
we made a document of Owen's saving priority list. You can just consult that.
But where's
Well,
the
Walker's not here, so damn it.
Alicia is putting out the information. She's telling you
doesn't
that
need to
this
be
is an
saved.
option.
Okay. In response to that, he just says, kind of. I don't know if you can convey tone through message, but
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
He
it's
says,
just whispering.
he says, kind of grimly, "Let's hope it doesn't come to that."
She just nods.
I just wanted to let you know.
He nods and shifts his focus back towards Evian and the door,
What's
Wishing
Evian
that-
doing?
wishing that he could have put his armor on already.
How close is the? You said there was a dresser in the room.
It's like
something?
a half dresser, half bookcase.
Oh wait,
How
I have
heavy does it
another
look?
thing. I have another thing I'd like to do.
Okay.
Owen tries to catch Ishri's attention, by waving at her or something.
Yeah.
And he attempts to non-verbally communicate. How do I even describe? He like waves at Ishri, and then he points like at his heart, closes his eyes, and then sort of like he gesticulates around himself. He waves his arms like as if he's indicating the space around us, and then he sort of like opens them to look and see what she thinks of him.
Ishri detects magic?
There you go. Seeing Ishri detecting magic, actually, never mind. Alicia can't communicate with Ishri.
If it doesn't look like she got the message, I've got another charades.
Yeah,
ready.
Ishri detects magic, if that works.
Owen's going to because he's seen her do the two things, both the thing that she's doing and the thing that he wants, right? So he's going
It's evil and
he's gonna like cross his hands back and forth and then like mime being a zombie and then point at the door.
Ishri...
Alicia will send message and Elvin will say, magic, undead.
Ishri will whisper back. Well, no one can hear it. No one can hear it but Alicia.
No one can hear it.
It's just really loud for what should be a whisper. But only in Alicia's head. She says, I only could do that one more time today, and I feel like I should
She
say
looks
that.
at Owen and says in whisper, she can only do it one more time today.
Wait, that's a lie. That's a lie.
What? Oh.
Ishri starts shaking her head no, because Anna forgot about her spell list.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Ishri will...
While this is happening between
never
those
mind.
two, then how heavy does that bookshelf look?
Not incredibly. It looks
wait, is there a
like
map?
maybe 25 pounds. It's like little more than like fucking particle board.
In that case, Evian's gonna get Owen's attention.
Like everything in here seems like it was very cheaply made and transport. Like they went with the light shit to transport it down here.
Evian's gonna look at Owen. He's gonna say, "Your shield," and kind of gestures for him to hand it over.
No hesitation. He passes Evian his shield.
Evian is going to brace between
Silence,
the
by the way.
door and Evian.
Wait, what do you mean silence?
There is nothing. Evian hears nothing from outside anymore.
As if, wait, hold on, no, this is important. Is it like an abrupt silence, like they heard something?
No, it was over the course of maybe 5-10 seconds. Like it got quieter and quieter.
Were they move? Was the sound moving away?
A bit, but not really.
In that case, Evian is going to hold the shield, bracing it kind of between him and the door. So if he were to get stabbed, hopefully he would hit the shield instead.
Fair enough. That's
Hey,
good.
Evian's got +2 AC right now.
Woo!
There you
20
go.
AC, baby.
But it removes his unarmored defense, doesn't it?
Depend. Not if they stab through the door.
Okay.
Ugh.
Ishri's gonna try to move quietly towards the door.
He's not
Stealth
really using
check.
it as a shield. He's using it as, like, partial cover.
Yeah. Give me a... oh my god.
Oh my
Ishri, as
God?
quietly as she has ever done anything, gets to the door.
And she's going to detect evil and good.
Wait,
Ooh.
Not divine
that
sense?
one.
not divine sense?
She has a finite number of those and not of detect evil and good. Plus detect evil and good
You
is
have
just better.
infinite detect evil and good?
No, but it's a spell slot, whereas she...
Ah, there it is.
Oh.
Van, your system, this is a little dumb sometimes. Ugh.
Oh.
Are zombies evil?
Yes.
Well, detect evil and good does detect undead, so...
Yeah.
Now, if, as well as the location, and if anything's been consecrated or desecrated. Obviously, whole area desecrated.
Fun.
It is, you are not within 3 feet of wood or dirt, so you can detect through it. Not a foot of stone either on the wall. At the door... You detect... six undead
balls.
beings.
That's not that bad.
Does that give exact location too?
Yeah, it says where the creature is located.
Okay.
And it's up for like 10 minutes, so like, she can sense if they're like moving away or
Okay,
something.
they are all being completely still, and there are currently what you're detecting while at the door, 3 about 20 feet to the left, 3 about 20 feet to the right. You get the idea that they're planning an ambush sort of thing, the way they are set up and not moving.
Oh no.
Ishri is going to like start like tapping her head and looking at Alicia.
Alicia will message yes.
There are 6 of them out
You
there.
have to. Okay, yeah, you're doing an Elvish. That's fine.
Oh yeah.
Because
There
there's
are...
no translation here.
Right, so it's really crappy, right, to Alicia. There are 6 of them out there, 3 on each side, and they are playing an ambush, so I think we should just rush them now.
Okay, so Alicia will translate to Owen. I think there's 6 in total. They're outside. And she like stares at like Ishri as if she's trying to think really hard about what Ishri just said.
Ishri
while whispering.
is going to look to everyone, and she's going to like make the motion towards the door with her finger very quickly.
Has Ishri moved? Like, does she move away from the door when she's doing this?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope,
so
she's
her
right
and
next to
Evian
the
are
door.
both right next to the door.
Yes, they are.
Alicia will then say to Owen, I can cast minor illusion to make a noise outside. Since that's where they seem to be, outside the door.
Have they heard us?
At that, she shrugs. I don't know. Ishri has to speak to me in Elvish, and I don't speak Elvish very well.
Ishri is looking at everyone, and she's like trying to move with her arms, like to run out the door.
Is she brandishing a weapon?
Oh yeah.
I would also like another perception check from Walker. Just as he's on his casual way back.
No one told him.
He's on his way back. He's on the way to the other door.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he was on his way to the other door. I forgot. Okay, yeah, we haven't even gotten to that yet. Fuck.
So no perception?
Yeah.
No, you don't need to then. You're still heading towards the other door.
Gizzity gotcha. He does have his fucking gun ready. palmed a
Evian
few
is going to attempt sign language to Rom. He's going to mime pulling back a bow, point at his hair and like ruffle it to make it scraggly.
Seeing this, Alicia will send a message, cantrip, the message, and just say, "What are you trying to say, Evian?"
Tell Walker not to come back.
And she just a message.
A long bow with a big Walker doesn't.
She messages to Rom. Evian is saying to message Walker not to come back, but I think you can just not message Walker and he won't come back.
Rom gives her the slow nod.
Translate the weird miming. Okay.
He just kind of shrugs as best as you can while holding his shield against the door.
Owen's going to point to where his armor is neatly stacked next to him, and then gesture at himself and cock an eyebrow at the others.
Oh.
Ishri will point at herself, and Evian put a thumbs up.
Evian facepalm.
Just in case, Nick, I will go ahead and state there is no way Owen can quietly, silently put out a suit
that's
of armor.
fine, but
Okay.
it seems like they know we're here,
Yes.
so like fuck them if they're gonna wait out there. I'm putting my fucking armor on.
You know, honestly, fair. Yeah, might as well. What's the worst that could happen?
At that, Alicia's gonna message Rom and just say, "Try to help Owen put his armor on, and I'll try to make. I'll let Owen know. I'll try to make a sound down the hallway so that they can They think there's someone down there." And she will message Owen, saying the same thing. Well, basically just saying that's her goal.
All right, Rom will sneak over and attempt to help Owen.
Right. I would like stealth checks from Owen and Rom.
Wait, just
Wait,
before
wait.
Owen
Yeah.
can respond.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you do that through the door without seeing?
Give me 1 second. Ben, do I have to have line of sight to cast Minor Illusion? Or can I just, like, throw a sound in a general direction?
Within range. All it says is within range. Which
Well,
is
usually
30
you have to
feet.
have line of effect, unless it specifically
Curious sound,
says...
its volume can range. It doesn't say line of sight on it. It doesn't
Yeah,
say
it's
within
supposed to
range that you can
specify line
see.
of sight. Yeah.
It's
So-
just like the sound would come from a general direction 30 feet away.
Well, yeah, I mean, in which direction? Because 30 feet's... 30 feet is about the direction, is about where Ishri detected them.
Yeah, at that point, she would nod yes, first of all, to Owen. And if he seems to agree for her to go through with it, she'll walk up to, like, one of the corners to be able to do it as far as she can.
He sort of shrugs, gestures for her to have a go, and then holds up a hand to Rom to wait and see what happens.
So she'll walk up to the corner. Do I have to roll stealth for that?
Are you trying to be completely silent here?
I mean, as quiet as she can.
And
be,
yeah,
I
give me a
guess.
stealth check. God.
Well, somehow she's quiet.
Also, Ishri, still staying right next to the door?
Yep, and the Vine Sense is still up.
Detect evil and good.
Sorry. Yes, sorry.
Okay, well then, as soon as she gets to the corner, she's gonna go ahead and wait. Let's check that. She's gonna go ahead and cast and make the sound like of a pebble being kicked if somebody walked, and then just like the footsteps in a direction of away from 30 feet, and the most like towards where the hallway she knows is approximately 30
east or
feet.
west. Which side? Which end?
Do we know which side Walker went off?
Walker went west.
Okay, so she's gonna do east then.
There is a second where Ishri, you detect more of them moving into your area.
Oh
no.
Stellar.
Coming from the east, as if moving away from the sound that Elite created.
And she just like, Alicia just looks around as if like, I don't know what that did.
By the time the movement is done, you detect 5 to the east and 4 to the west. Another one coming in behind the others.
Well, that's good.
Yushri's gonna tap her head.
Alicia will send a message. I mean, is there anything more?
More coming. We should go now.
Alicia will immediately send a message then to Owen saying that more are showing up now.
He'll just nod, and then he'll point to our various packs, which I assume, like, if we were planning on leaving today, they're, you know, Owens is packed up. Like, he's not got a bunch of shit lying around. So
Ian still has his bag on his back.
Yeah, everybody just like picks up their backpack kind of thing.
Yeah, so he'll point to everyone's bag, so everybody has their things.
Ishri will grab Walker's.
I assume Walker took it.
No, that's fair. Okay, cool.
Alicia probably would like pick up if there's like Ishri's and hand it over to her so she doesn't have to move since they're both against the door.
And then Owen will motion to everyone in the group and deliberately point. You said Walker went west?
Walker did go west.
So he'll point down that path, and then he will point at Ishri, and he will point the other way.
Ishri nods slowly. She nods.
Owen nods back and makes ready to draw his sword.
Evian looks confused.
Yeah. Like, how confused?
At the interaction that just occurred between Owen and Ishri.
Okay. But he doesn't look like... He looks like he got the idea of the plan?
No.
No, okay.
Okay, if he doesn't seem like he understands, Owen will point to him and then vigorously point west.
Then Evian nods. Aggressively.
Okay, I'm assuming everybody's at least somewhat ready. Alicia will, just before we decide to go through with this, ask, Owen, do you want me to cast a spell so that we can be more quiet as soon as we get rid of these guys?
It will be loud, Alicia. Even without magic, fighting in the tunnels will echo.
Yes, but we will have to run away at some point.
Ishri, you are detecting more movement. You immediately detect as a few of them on the east side move, like, out of the way towards, like, making a path, and then another one walking through the path.
Ishri looks to everyone, puts her thumbs up, and she is running out the door.
Oh boy!
In front of the door, are you, like, shoving me out of the way, or?
Ishri is looking to, like, she's like, are you blocking the door,
Yeah.
He's been, like, body up against
I mean, if you motion for Evian to go, he'll do it.
Yeah, that's what Ishri does.
Go with you.
Ishri says, Ishri will say out loud, we are going now. And then she will basically push Evie down. She will say that out loud.
Wonderful.
Alicia will say, I can block one of the sides of the path. Let's all go. I have a spell I can do something.
We're out the door.
Yeah, we're gone. We're out
And
the
we
door.
go.
Alicia's saying this as you guys are leaving.
You
Well,
gave me a
she's
dark
behind you guys.
screen, and I'm
With
sad
that,
now.
like, we have to roll initiative.
Oh
Man,
no!
you gave me a Disney dark screen.
All right, Evian opens the door.
Yeah, and I assume as we open the door, we're running out.
Okay, we're in initiative now. Simon's not leading, so he is not
Dude, Owen cranked it. What up?
Owen, Evian, I will say since you and Ishri were doing the go, Evian, you can have a move action to start. Ishri and Evian can have a single action, which I assume you're taking to move.
Yep.
So go ahead.
At least watch.
Yeah.
Wait, I can have a move action.
Yeah, you guys can move. Yeah, because you guys started this.
Oh.
Robert? Bob?
Yes?
Can I watch?
Yeah, give me a fucking minute, okay? There's a lot of shit going on. Chill.
I assume I don't.
Sitting on black screen.
I assume I don't have like a bonus action or anything.
You do not.
There you go, William.
Oh boy.
You definitely do not.
Which side has more? Oh, this fucking side has more.
Hey, were you supposed to go to the east or the west?
Oh wait, yeah. Which side's west? In terms of this, which direction is west?
West would be to the left. You know, west.
Oh, I didn't realize that top was north in this scenario. My bad. Fuck, but there's more.
Oh, what? Why am I remember?
That's tough. I don't want the squishies in the back to get hurt.
Alicia did say she can block one of the paths the spell as you guys were running out.
That's right, but they have turns before you.
You don't know
You don't know that. Yeah, you don't know
Yeah,
that.
you don't know that. That's not
fair.
part of
I should have hid them in
planning.
the initiative order.
You're right.
Right.
You should have, but all right. I won't metagame it. That's fine.
Mitchell, the power gamer.
Yes, of course.
Monk Barbarian Power Gamer is here.
All right. William,
Wasn't
you need
I over by Alicia?
you guys feel I did not shuffle you guys exactly. I just made sure Ishri and Evian were next to the door. Ishri, you have a move?
So I can't see anything on my screen. It's just gray.
Try refreshing.
Okay. You move Ishri then to the east, which is, I think that's where Owen said to go.
Right, well, I'll get you out there, and then we'll figure that out on exactly where you want to be. William wants to see as well, so...
Live stream for William. So.
Yeah, so we'll stream for William.
These
I already am.
All right.
That's what I was saying.
All right, Hannah?
Kim, do you have a punch?
Yeah, I just never changed any of these.
Where'd you have a punch from?
That's just the base stuff.
Is she need
They
the
just
punch?
That's there by default?
Wasn't there?
Okay, it's loading. Holy shit, that's so many!
You guys-
you would have sent Ishri by herself!
Yeah, no,
know,
like,
so-
here's the thing.
God.
30 feet did not detect all of them, and they moved closer once you start making noise.
I thought Simon was supposed to be the one killing himself this second.
It is fine.
All right,
I
You
really
haven't
want-
seen
we
it,
are officially
Alex.
in initiative. It is Simon.
wait.
Okay,
There you go. This is what
is
I want
Ishri, where's Ishri moving?
Ishri's moving to here.
Okay. Right. And then it is Simon's turn.
Simon stabs himself in the throat.
He just kind of looks like to Ishri and then to Evian. Do we run? You guys are free.
How?
He seems to be asking, like, more of a, are we going to get Walker, or are we fighting type of thing. Like, he doesn't know which direction to fight in.
He was already told.
What do you mean? We had the plan.
Okay,
Everybody
so
was told to go
everybody's
west.
going west.
And if there's shit in our way, then we have to get it out of the way.
All right. So Simon will be getting shit out of your way with
Fireball?
yeah, natural comment.
Good.
There.
Boom.
All right. As a DC 6 dex save.
Oh, 30-foot radius is big.
Is it centered on party? Is that the goof? Is that are we getting there, Ian?
Yeah, he's only actually hitting himself, Ishri, and Evian.
Okay, that one succeeds.
Oh, good. They have a +3.
That one failed. Oh, those were checks. Those were supposed to be saves. Well, the first one definitely succeeds. Second one definitely. And their save. Fail and fail. All right, so that is 25.
Music.
All
just
right, that's
stopped
supposed to be
for me.
radiant. So with that, you watch as he just focuses. As he turns around, he kind of looks, going, and then holds his arm up and just begins spinning it around, conjuring this comet of radiant fury, launching it right over your shoulder, Evian, before it erupts behind them, creating this brilliant flash of light and kind of destroying them. These three get completely fucked, and the other two seem like they're hurting.
Does this make a lot of noise?
Oh, yeah. I was a fog, like... And then, like, there's this blowback of air as, like, everything, just this bright flash of light and the sound of noise just moves throughout this cave.
Would that be something Walker can hear?
Walker is, like, a mile away.
Fuck, really?
Walker's on the other... He had to go to the far end!
All right,
He's very far away.
So wait, from Walker's perspective... From Walker's perspective, Rom said, there's some funny noises out here, and Walker said, should I come back? And then nothing else.
Then nothing!
Well, I need that spell now.
Don't worry. Don't worry. He'll go find his family and get them off the continent.
Owen, you're up.
There you go.
It's me. It's my turn. Oh, I'm so excited for this. 10. 15. Oh, that's a lot of them.
Yeah, here you can also see over on the left-hand side, there are lots of, like, glowing arcane guts and just radiant death. Mostly covering Evian and the other two and all over the walls and floor. Okay,
so he's going to step outside the door. He doesn't have a shield. Evian has a shield.
Oh shit.
So he will draw his sword, hold a two-handed grip, look left, look right, and then back over his shoulder, he'll say to Rom and Alicia, he'll say, follow Simon, and then he'll go this way.
Oh, you dumb motherfucker.
Oh.
And as he gets here, he points his sword. Oh, in fact, no. He takes his sword in his now free left hand, and he points dramatically with his right hand, his charm dangling from his wrist. He points at these foul creatures, and he says, his voice booming throughout the cave, by the power of Karad, be gone! And he will be doing Turn the Unholy.
Ooh. Getting fun with it. Each fiend or undead within 30 feet has to make a wisdom save. Right, well, what's within 30 feet? That is...
all of them.
That is all of them! Okay, so wisdom...
Not
the ones on the left. Not the ones on the left,
those,
but the ones on the right.
Ones
okay, so it's
on the right.
5 corrupted... Well, not all of them.
And then before you roll, I also have this. In case it matters.
That is CR1 or lower.
Christ.
Let's see what happened. That's wisdom save, correct?
Yeah.
1.
The DC is my spell save DC, right?
Yeah.
16 is the DC.
Of course.
That's big.
Nice.
All right, as you watch, and 4 of them vaporize into radiant nothingness.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ.
This is not ideal.
Not their lucky
Well, it
day.
is for us.
Not for me.
It is for us.
And the other 2 fail. Okay, so one of the corrupted. Oh, I had one more save. I forgot the guy to the left of Ishri. He also needs a... Hey, somebody succeeded at least.
Boo.
All right. So, what is that now? They are moving as far away as they can. How long does it last?
1 minute.
1 minute.
It takes damage.
Oh, fuck. 1 minute or until they take damage. All right. So.
And then for his bonus action, Owen will kind of like draw in some of the radiant energy that's left over from the vaporized Gribblies, and the runes on his sword will glow. And that's the end of his turn.
And that will bring us around to Words are escaping me. It is going to be... Oh, the Corrupted's turn.
I'd like, just for flavor, Ven, I'd like the ones that failed their save and weren't destroyed to cower in fear of me.
Okay.
Until they start running.
Oh. Alright. They will cower in fear. So, that brings us... Actually, the only one... this guy, he's the only one who... He succeeded. The rest of them all got destroyed for the Corrupted. So... See, what does he have? He is moving in at... Owen!
Oh, no.
Moving
Wait,
past...
We can talk about this.
Sure, you have an opportunity attack if you'd like to take it.
Yes, I would.
All right.
I have 9 AC right now.
Oh, fuck. I forgot she has Undeath's Bane.
Yep, so 20 to hit?
Yeah, Hannah, that fucking hits.
That's with the D8.
All right, and it has to make a wisdom save. Boy, oh boy.
Or it will also be spooked.
All right, you slash into it as it's running, and it is now frightened of you.
Yeah, they're all scared.
And I'm in line of sight, so when it wants to attack Owen, I'm right there.
Yeah, and it goes over, and, like, you can see it, like... Line of sight, you said. That's interesting. Oh, that's real interesting. It takes the hit and, like, stumbles, looking around, confused. Like it didn't notice you. Flash in its arm, like hanging by threads and sinew, continues to move towards Owen with determination. You can see it's scared, but looking around, very confused, trying to avoid whatever hit it, as if you're invisible.
I forgot to ask on my turn, Ven, but what do these creatures actually look like?
So, there are two types here. There are ones that look like strange, corrupted humanoids, the Korvir's spawn. They are more akin to what you would expect of a vampire, though less human. Like halfway between a put-together traditional vampire and something more bestial. Something that's given into more primal urges. They have longer limbs. You can see one of them, like, after the explosion that Simon created, falling and almost like landing on its arms as well as its legs for a moment. The others are just corrupted undead entities. Some of them just fucked up beyond belief. Their mouth no longer hinging on its jaws correctly, opening up at strange intervals. One that you could see breathing through a hole in its chest rather than its mouth. They are all very differently corrupted, but not like any sort of undead you have ever seen. They seem to have a level of intelligence.
Do any of them, like, are they wearing the corrupted ones, are they wearing clothes? Like, were they once human?
Yes, these were all definitely once human.
Okay.
The spawn are wearing clothes as well, though less obvious. Like, they look more like it's less tattered. The corrupted have their clothes falling off, right. Not wearing shoes. The others more put together, a little bit more human. One is going to attempt to paw at Owen.
Small money, no. Oh boy. Well, that's gonna hit, dog.
It did not roll crit damage. That's cool. So I need to roll another 2d4. All right, so 13, and I need a Constitution save.
34. Ah, oh, boy. We make those. We make those.
Good. All right, and as you seethe in pain from this thing, its claws digging into you, you just, like... This is not how Owen McDurk fights. In clothing with no shield to defend himself.
This is how Alistair McDurk fights. Bitch, bring it on.
Righty, and that is going to bring us to the others. All right,
Yeah,
5, 10,
it's Alicia,
15,
but I can't move.
25,
God,
30,
there's more. Oh God, there's more.
35, 40, 40, 50,
Oh, it's the carpet.
55. Yeah, that one's going.
Bro, why are they going around
10,
this shit?
15, 20, 25, 30, 30, 40, 45, 50.
Bro, why are they going around East Street?
5,
think they
10,
can see
15,
her.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50, 55.
Oh,
Do we know if
boy.
Ishri's undead?
If she was undead, she would have had to make that saving throw.
Yeah, okay.
Ugh.
Wouldn't she be able to detect herself with detect evil and good
Why
too?
would you tell us?
Tell us.
All right,
Oh, I
Alicia, you are up.
guess. Maybe.
Alicia, you're up.
Someday we'll
Okay,
find out.
sorry. I'm not sure if I can move my character right now.
God, I
I'm
love
trying.
this.
Pressing
I
the
love this.
left and right on the arrow keys.
The arrow keys? Is
Yeah,
that
if you
what-
click your character, you can use the arrow keys to move. That's how I was doing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's running pretty slow for her.
Oh yeah. All the cursors are moving very slowly
Yeah, I
across.
see that. Oh my god!
It's never been this bad before, so I'm not sure exactly what's up, but yeah.
You got
How
me.
big is this map then?
It's not. This is one of the smallest maps I've ever made.
Damn.
I mean, I was slow on the other map too. Like slower than usual. Okay, well, there's people, so I can't do the spell I wanted to do.
Oh no.
You still have hardware acceleration turned on, right?
For the what?
In
Hardware
Chrome.
acceleration in Chrome.
I don't know.
For later, we
Click
will
the three
double check
dots.
that.
Yep, okay.
Okay, so it's 10. Can I walk past Simon's space, or do I have to walk around him?
You can walk through it. You just can't end your turn on.
Yeah.
There's a bad guy right
Yeah,
here.
there is a
take
guy
attack
who's going to.
opportunity.
You would provoke 2 opportunity attacks.
Yes, that's true. Okay. Well then, give me 1 second, 'cause this is a 20-foot cube if I do this thing, so I won't be getting really anybody besides unless I get, like, the people I should not be getting in there. So let's just do instead... Give me 1 second. Everything is slow, I'm sorry. Like, scrolling through my spell list is slow. This has not been an issue before. Okay, I'm gonna use this at 2nd level. How do I cast a spell at higher level then? Oh,
Was it
okay, never
S?
mind, I found it. Oh, yeah.
99 slot. Oh, you have a lot of spells.
She's got a lot
Yeah.
of spell slots.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
There's no point in consuming, but yes. Okay, I'm gonna cast it at the guy that's right next to me.
Okay. Boy, inflict wounds. All right.
Yeah.
Roll to hit.
Okay, so that's check.
Click him in the nuts and he falls over.
12. Just hit.
14 flanking.
Oh yeah, 14 flanking. Definitely.
Okay, cool.
This will be a good way to know whether or not necrotic damage works on spawns.
Well, it's not ideal.
Below average hit.
Well,
Oh, that's rough.
well, you know.
1,
As
2,
you
3. Feels bad.
pull your hand out and just shove it into it, and it just starts and like turns around, like cocks its head to the side. It does not hit as you would expect it to, but it still seems to recoil.
Okay.
Does it seem like it resist?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay. Oh gosh, that was bright.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, that is going to bring us over to Rom.
Okay, hold on. My my thing broke again.
Kim, check my
Sorry.
instructions. and
I'm
calculate.
wondering if maybe this also has
Uh-oh.
to do with Foundry's willingness to
New update?
chug really hard because of, 2.5 years of updates.
Maybe. Mine's fine, though I also can't see anything.
Yeah. But, like, I had more complicated maps on that one shot, and everyone seemed to be fine.
I don't...
Come on out.
Alex?
I guess I can configure settings on somebody else's turn. There's people in my way. I cannot get out.
You can move through them. There's space.
Oh, okay.
You just can't end your turn on it.
Okay, 5. Oh, boy.
Welcome to the club.
Excuse me. I would like to move here.
Let me...
It probably won't let you go around corners unless you,
Yeah, you can't go diagonally through corners.
10. Okay, are these guys dead or knocked over?
No, the ones dead I have deleted for the sake of it. You can see,
so they're knocked down?
They're turned.
They are feared. They're feared, that's just the thing I put on them.
Okay. Alright.
Ishri, don't forget Lily the dog's turn is after yours.
Got it.
Well, I got friends over there, and so I'm not gonna do fear. First of all, I am going to use my Shielding Aurora as a bonus action. There you go. And then I am going to... I think Owen needs to be, like, rescued from this pit of disgusting people, so,
I'm sure Nick's excited for being able to do another child event.
I mean, I'm basically chomping at the bit here, bro.
So, Rom is going to draw out her big ass sword, and the greenish fire like races along it, and I'm gonna cast Moonlight Flurry.
All right.
And let's see. So since this is at 4d6 or 4th level, if I hit, it will take an extra 46 radiant damage. So wish me luck, and that's gonna be the one right in front of me to the right, I guess.
Okay. It hits.
Alex,
That
probably do
hits,
her
that
from
hits.
All right.
And throw another 46 on
here's
it.
our radiant damage.
As you slash into it, you see this bright, radiant light cutting through it, and as it does, it just kind of fades from existence, like almost like atomizing it from where the slash vertically cuts through it, and it just fucking disappears as the light does. Certainly effective. Anything else?
No. That will be all for me.
Evian.
All right.
God, it's nice to get back into the swing of things, huh?
Oh, I'm trying to think.
Swinging.
Boys keep swinging.
How high is the ceiling in here?
Not like maybe 7 or 8 feet.
So okay. All right,
At some points, it gets as low as like 5, 5.5.
My idea was to jump over Rom and fucking tackle one of the ones
that is a
was
great way
on.
to get some brain damage.
Yeah, see, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm gonna willingly take that attack of opportunity, and I am going to attempt... Well, first I'm gonna bonus action rage.
You were taking the opportunity attack? You were here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, ooh.
And yeah, I was in that corner. Oh no.
Alright, well... 24?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, instead of dealing damage, he's gonna grapple you.
Feels bad, man.
Sorry, Fiat.
Alright, that's fine.
Back there you go.
I'm going to make one hit on him. I'm just going to punch him real quick. A nice little knockerooski.
All right.
Assuming that hits, I need him to make a Constitution save.
8.
Must be nice getting your stuff back on a short rest.
He is now stunned, and I'm going to continue with my original plan.
Just fucking, he goes to grab you and you just elbow him in the chest and just fucking walk away. Oh, all right. He's stunned until the end of your next turn.
Yes, sir. And with that, I can use an attack to shove, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna attempt to shove this one into his friend behind him.
Okay.
And what is that? Is that a
athletics
check? Athletics. That works.
Athletics against athletics or acrobatic. No? And that didn't happen. Alright, you're trying to shove him back?
I want to shove... Yeah, I want to shove him into his friend backwards.
Alright, let's see what happens. I'm gonna roll a... Well, D8. Alright, so as you shove him, the one behind it just grabs him with far supernatural strength, like lifting this thing up as it's stumbling and just shoving it, throwing it into the wall, where it kind of stumbles and falls, standing looking very confused.
Beautiful. I am going to continue that momentum, and I'm going to attempt to also shove this one. Reading Rage, I get advantage on strength checks. Would that include athletic checks?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Wow, that's horrible.
Third attack from what?
My bonus action. Oh no, I used my bonus action. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, because you got the first attack on the spawn, and then the second one on the...
Yep. All right, never mind. I will not be shoving him.
Okay. God, Evian just shoves everything.
Well, I want to get him off my boy. And would it be a free action to, like, drop or hand Owen's shield to him? Probably not.
Oh. I would say, yeah, handing it to him, but if he wants to, like, properly wield it, was that an action to don a shield like that?
I don't know.
An action to don a shield.
Feels bad.
Yes, you can hand it to him, but if he wants to equip it, it would be an action.
Yeah, I'll hand it to him, and if he doesn't grab it, I'll just drop it onto the ground.
Okay, all right. That'll be up to him on his turn. So, all right, that brings us to Ishri.
All right, Ishri is going to command Lily the dog to protect everyone in her head, and she'll go next. Ishri is going to stab the guy right in front of her, between her and Owen. And she's going to shout at him and say, look at me and face Nariho's true destruction.
See it?
It is so slow. I am clicking as fast as I can. Oh,
and as you shout that, there is no response, and whether it be frustration or confusion, you just see as it go to slash, and it just, seemingly without trying to, moves out of the way as it's trying to strike at Owen.
Ishri spits on it, says, "Fuck you," and stabs again.
Give the middle finger. Show it what you've learned.
Oh, 12 flanking! That hits!
Amazing.
Flanking, baby. It's like everything ever. It's harder to hit something when it's ignoring you.
Oh, right.
She's like invisible. Shouldn't she have advantage or something?
You bring up a good point, Nick. From here on out, that makes sense to me.
No, thank you.
I'm sorry, what?
She's invisible, bro. She has advantage.
Because they couldn't see her before.
All right.
That's why
so yes, you fucking... Whereas when Rom slashed through these things, when Simon was blasting arcane at these things, they almost vaporized. With you, it's more like sapping the undead energy into the very blade that you wield, and they shrivel up into husks of nothingness, like millions of years are being thrust upon their body and affecting them in an instant. And it just disappears into dust.
In that case, Isha's gonna kind of like kick the dust out of the way, and she's gonna move closer to Owen.
Right. Next up, Lily the dog.
Shit, I just lost sight of her, and I can't remember how you switch between the tokens.
Don't worry about it. Where do you want her to go?
In between Ram and Evian.
Okay. And she's attacking, I assume?
Yep.
Oh, with flanking that hits.
This flanking's really coming in clutch.
It really is. Oh,
it's like gotten us 4 hits, I think.
Right. My God. Oh my God!
Max damage! Lily mad!
And it has to make a strength save. And she drops it to the ground, running right, like charging past Alicia and running like under Rom's legs as she's recoiling. It just runs right into where she has vaporized something and just jumps at the other one as she runs by, biting into its chest and neck and swinging until it falls to the ground, slamming its face into the ground where it kind of recoils and starts trying to grab at her as she now has her mouth just around its throat, biting.
Good girl.
Christ, Lily the dog. All right. Hey, it's time for Korvir's spawn to go.
Ooh. Oh. Well, one of them's stunned.
Yeah, one of them's stunned. This one's hurting, but otherwise is good to go. So
this one's the the 2 of them get a turn.
Luckily, Walker is a Korvir spawn, so this is where he enters the scene, right?
Oh. All right.
He got lost on his way to the other thing.
You see as the humanish spawn moves towards Simon and goes for an attack.
Sorry, Simon. You're dead anyways, though, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Is going to choose to grapple instead of deal damage. And is going to attempt to bite him.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ooh, yeah, didn't think this through, huh?
Wait, hold on. This is where we can unlock vampirism for our character?
Huh.
All right, and 15 does hit on Simon. He has 14 AC. All right, he's take 8 piercing damage and another 17 necrotic damage.
Uh-oh.
He's also going to turn into a vampire.
Yeah, Simon's the first one to turn.
Well, as long as he dies, doesn't matter.
Dude, he just got fucked. Maybe I don't want to trade HP with him.
Oh, that's very fun. Target. Track that from 17. And he looks rough. Like, he just... like, just starts coughing as it just grabs on, and you can see it sapping his life energy. You can see him aging before you as it just is gripping onto him, holding onto him almost like not even in a human way, biting at like his shoulder and neck. Well, that's that one's turn, and these two have to run away, correct?
Yes. Be gone from my sight.
5, 10.
Spawn of darkness.
40, 40. They're off map. 5, 10. 30. They're off map now. Go. That. Alright. Well, that sucks. Hey, there's one more. There's one more friend right in the fray, though. So he gets to go.
Pun intended, Ben?
Sure. Evian did dangerous light, or Owen did dangerous light things. Owen is the target.
What? No, not me.
They don't like the goodness, so...
Get down with the goodness.
Going to... Owen?
You mother, get up. Come on, get down now.
And just grabbing and just like... As Evian's running up, Evian, you see as this thing just grabs at Owen, seemingly as if Ishri is not there still, and just begins digging its claws in. You can feel fresh blood beginning to just get drawn as its claws are digging in, and it's drawing you closer, and it's going to attempt to bite.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Ha! Oh, damn it!
That's Owen.
Why do you say that thing?
Ishri is gonna grab Owen by the arm, and she's gonna take that damage.
Ooh.
Does Owen, I mean, who becomes a vampire then?
Ishri will just say no.
Suck out the venom. Suck out the
bad.
venom. Suck out the vampire juice.
Hey, I need to read Ishri's ability real quick.
I am a doctor.
Hey, can Owen suck out his own juices?
Okay, well then. Alright, you are taking the damage.
Mm-hmm.
That can only be bad.
Well, not for Owen.
Well, his friend is going to be a vampire, which isn't great for Owen.
So, you take a total of 16, Ishri.
If Owen becomes a vampire, when he casts Turn Undead, does he have to make his own saving throw?
God, that'd be so funny.
And then, like, he has to spend his turn running away from himself. So, like, does he go in a circle, or...?
Just, like, throws himself onto the ground.
Your max HP is reduced as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Oh, and you just start to feel... You just start to feel yourself weak. In pain.
Coming old.
Well, that is their turn. They have nothing left. A look of severe confusion, Owen, as you are getting bitten and not feeling anything.
Oh, no, you feel something.
Oh.
It's pain, and you can tell it's from Ishri, because that's how the ability works. It's
I forgot about that.
It's not fun.
Ishri, the pain lock.
Something awful.
On the bright side, there would have been
one's
two
having
more
a
of those.
good time right now.
Hey,
Simon's
there would
up.
have been 2 more of those.
Simon needs to defend himself.
He could always psychic
Does he
scream
have a gun?
for a mile.
He could do that. He could kill everyone.
Man, Walker's definitely that way.
Literally, just have him look towards the castle and use it. Like, come on.
Wait,
Come on, let's just be done with this art.
Come on, the vampire,
okay.
the
She have a
vampire
big
shtick
sacrifice.
is getting old. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go. Come on, Simon. Let's just get
All right,
this over
he's going to
with.
move back here and like look to Rom.
Use
Like,
it twice and kill yourself.
little help here. Towards Rom, and he is going to cast Stolen Virtue on Korvir's spawn.
Wait, is he Amari now? Oh, that's Valor, sorry.
Just
Hey, that's 16. 6 damage. Good number right there, 6.
does it not go up for?
Oh, went from a D4 to a
level?
D6.
Oh,
Right, and that is Simon's turn. Owen, you're up.
it's me. It's my turn.
Do it.
I have an empowered sword in my hand. I'll be dropping that shield because I want to smite this foul creature.
Evian tosses you a shield, you like look at it for a second, you're like, don't have time, drop.
If I click versatile, will it then let me roll an attack?
So you roll the attack, versatile is just the D10
Oh,
damage.
for damage.
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
that's versatile damage. You still do the regular for your attack. Yeah, that hits. Which one's this on?
This is the only one I'm.
Okay, the one that's biting you.
Oh, there is another one over there.
It's also grappling you.
This one. I
Yes,
just
that
think-
one is grappling you in
okay,
order to
that's
bite
the
you.
one I'd like to attack.
Okay, alright. You just impale it.
Big roll,
and it's
dude.
your arcane blade sticking out. You just see this smile. We'll see Korvir's design, dude. And it just starts coughing blood on you, still not letting go.
It's not dead. No.
Should
Not
harder.
before you. And then I'll say Evian, no. Or no, I'll say Isri, no, and I'll cast healing word.
Oh. Now, that's the word.
Now is the
All
word.
right.
Now is
Well,
the word that heals.
let's see how much you can heal. You're gonna heal Ishri for max no matter what you roll.
Where is my spell? There it is.
Ishri, you're back up to full.
Okay.
And you may use your reaction to roll an attack.
If you want.
Oh.
You don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. She's gonna do the one right below her, obviously.
Ishri
don't forget that
now.
don't forget you're invisible.
Yeah, you do have advantage.
Invisiblest.
And a +2 from flanking.
Oh, fuck!
You want to obliterate? You want to obliterate?
Good, ma'am.
3rd level smite. Coward.
Hannah, you gotta obliterate this guy.
Don't,
Oh,
don't
you're right. I could add smites to it. Oh,
Bro,
shit, you're right.
we have to go fight the vampire.
You're right.
I get that, but at least level 1. Level 1's worth it just for the crit.
Does she? So because it's a crit, does that also double the 1d8 that comes from the sword on
Yes.
dead bonus?
Yes.
Cool.
Or maybe don't smite then, actually. Might just be excessive.
Or do for the fun. Up to
Or
you.
you could do it for the fun. Jesus Christ.
I think she beat you, Nick.
I mean, technically that's on my turn, so...
Oh, okay. This is all Owen's doing.
All right, so I'm sorry. The 4d8 there is from the d8 from the force damage. And that, so 2d8 from that,
Wait,
and then...
it doubled the... Oh,
Yeah.
so it's supposed to be just 1d8. I didn't know what... I typed in for the situational bonus 2d8, and then I hit critical hit, so I didn't realize it was also doubling.
Okay, so no, we'll take off the last 2, so it would be -8 on that, so 28.
Still
Still
pretty
pretty
good.
Sorry.
All good, all good. All...
Now if that had been a level 2 smite.
If only she used reckless attack.
To be sure we all have.
all right, and you slash into it, and as you do, its arm now hanging, like half of its chest carved out. It looks down at the blade and like looks back up at Owen, who it's still holding on to with its good arm. It's sorcery. Still standing.
Owen just smiles at the
Should have
creature.
smitten.
Still doesn't seem to notice it.
Fucking hell.
But that's all I got. That's all I can do.
Wait, homie said what sorcery? Isn't he the result of sorcery? You know, never mind.
All right.
God, I hate
Corrupted time. There is one left. You guys fucking wipe these.
Mitchell's
There's
raging.
2. All right. This one is going at whoever attacked it, which was Alicia.
Yep.
Right. So that is...
Guaranteed hit, nearly. What is it?
7!
Yep. Oh, no, it doesn't
Oh
hit!
my god!
Oh my god, you lucky duck!
Oh my god!
How did
Oh.
it miss? Honestly.
It slapped your funny cloak.
It's like, what the f...
Alicia just backs off and is like, wait a second, how did that not hit me? That never happened!
She like was backing up and slipped and was able to dodge its attack by falling on the floor.
Exactly, that sounds about right.
All right, the other one is going to attempt to...
Just like nearly trips backwards, all of a sudden realizes she missed a hit, and she's like, oh my gosh, and looks around like, did anybody see that?
All right,
To make
other
it
one's
better,
go-
no one's looking.
Yeah, exactly.
The other one is going on Evie.
Please.
Dean.
Yeah, that misses by, like, at least 1, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a
that
shame.
misses.
That would have been a fun hit. But that's all the corrupted have. Alicia, you're up. Oh,
Oh gosh.
this thing got knocked to the ground. Fucking Christ.
Jomod's done.
I just checked because I did not trust my brain. And the shielding aurora is when their turn ends within 10 feet of me.
Okay. And how much damage is that?
12 radiant damage.
It's a good amount.
Well, radiant?
That's these two.
Yes.
That's the moon damage, yeah.
Fucking.
Oh, I
That-
can
that
this one
do
as
be
well.
the moon
so
damage.
24 damage.
That one is completely vaporized. This one
that
is
look
in
like
very
Alex?
rough shape.
Hey,
Don't forget this
can't
one too.
forget the
That one also-
moonlight,
yeah,
right?
Does that look like
Also-
Alex?
It looks like glowing bluish green light dissolving their nasty undead flesh. What do you think it looks like?
Alicia.
I was asking you because it's your character in the magic.
As it swings
Okay.
at you and you start to move backwards trying to avoid these claws, it just like, it swings and then all of a sudden like its claws are vaporizing until nothing remains and it just falls, melting into ash on the ground.
Very impressive,
Well-
Alicia. I don't know how you managed to do that.
Yeah, good job, Alicia.
Alicia's just like looking at it like, what did I do? Alicia's gonna walk 10 feet this way, and then I guess 20 feet this way.
Oh, she's by herself.
Yeah, but she's like, try and go in the direction we established that we're going in.
Hey,
Actually-
that guy does get unstunned pretty soon.
Just push.
That's a fair
Simon.
point. Do I just want to go hit somebody? Okay, so the Korvir spawn is stunned, right?
This one is.
Okay, that one is. Okay. Well, I will.
A turn dead for a minute is.
Can I go like there? Is that fine?
Yeah, you could have circled it.
Cool.
just
And then
push
I will
Simon into
go
the
ahead and
basket.
inflict wounds again. Actually, do I have anything else? I think I literally don't have any other spells that are not necrotic for damage. Yeah, inflict wounds again, I guess.
Kim did not metagame when making this character.
Listen.
Should have made a paladin.
Shut up.
All right. Yeah,
Hold
that
on,
hits.
Lori, back.
Paladin for this fight.
Should have brought Lori back. Oh, there we go! That's a decent roll for damage.
As you circling around as it still tried to move into Simon, you fucking take the opportunity, get around it, and grab at it and just start burning pain into its flesh. And it just turns around and... You want a chance? I'm very hungry. You look good. Dripping, you can see a couple of its teeth falling out as it talks.
Oh. That's probably very gross, but Alicia's probably seen very gross stuff while casting that
Korvir
spell.
doesn't provide dental. Shocker.
Oh.
That's offer them.
Rom.
A better deal. Maybe they'll change.
Alright, I'm gonna go there, and then I'm going to use part 2 Electric Boogaloo of my Moonlight Flurry, which is you make a melee weapon attack against a creature within reach. If you hit, the creature must make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they are frightened of you until the end of your next turn and take 1d6 radiant damage.
Okay.
Oh, and I get +2, right?
Yeah. That hits.
Alright, oh, here's the regular damage. And give me a wisdom save versus 50.
Boom! Oh.
It is frightened of me until the end of my next turn and takes an extra 3d6 radiant damage.
All right. Roll that.
These are some very scared zombies.
Not even zombies. Ugh.
Zombie vampires.
God, stop scaring my
Rom-
vampire.
Rom like pivots around Simon and just like slices down at this creature with her big glowy sword.
And you do the.
With like a spooky Rom yell.
A spooky Ramiel? What?
Oh, all right.
Warface, if you will.
Evian,
Hi.
what you got for us?
Oh, I got a bit. I got a little bit of stuff.
Some stuff?
Yeah, my goal is still to make sure that Owen cannot be hit. So I'm going to take one attack to shove this thing.
We love a good shove.
Right. Athletics against you. Stop doing a shove, please.
I'm going to turn, fucking sock this guy in the face.
Right?
And I would like him to not get hit, specifically.
You turn, and he seemed crouching, ready to pounce, and you were expecting regular human attacks, and you just and swing and like go in towards the cavernous wall, whiffing completely.
Readjusting, I'm going to use a key point for a flurry of blows. Readjusting, I will take a knee to his face. For 11 points of damage, followed by...
As you hit him in the knee, you just feel as the skull and jaw, the lower half of the skull, gives way, and your knee just finds purchase in whatever strange humanoid-esque brain is left, and it just goes flying back into the wall and just starts twitching, trying desperately to grab, but seemingly dead, its brain no longer working.
Is Owen's shield still on the floor?
Yeah?
I'm going to grab his shield, and with my last attack, I'm going to fucking fling it at this thing's face.
Alright.
Let's hope this works.
It's
beautiful. And I'm going to use, as this is a thrown weapon, I'm going to use a key point to add an additional 1d6 to this.
Okay.
I'm gonna cry.
God.
And that right there is the least useful single key point ever spent in D&D.
Yep.
One extra damage.
And it hits and just clangs off, and it just stares at you with a mixture of pity and hate.
And I'm gonna move up to it.
Bro, it's pitying you straight up.
Alright. Ishri.
Alright, of the Korvir spawn, which one looks the healthiest?
The one
Probably
that
the
is stunned. Oh, the one that is no longer stunned over on the other side.
Fantastic. Alright, so Ishri is going to move 10 feet for now, and then she'll move... So she's within 30 feet of it. I assume... does the Korvir spawn she leaves take an attack of opportunity on her?
It can't see her.
Yeah, you can't see her.
Cool. Perfect. All right. Ishri is going to, she's going to channel divinity, so she's going to raise her sword up in the air and then kind of like bring it down and point at the Korvir spawn that was recently stunned. And she's going to say, Nariho, give me control. And she is going to try to control it. So it must make a wisdom saving throw.
Roll like shit. Roll like shit. Roll like shit.
I just used up all the good rolls. It has to roll.
I'm sorry. I forgot this was a thing that Ishri could do, and my brain kind of broke a little bit.
Is that what happened?
You said, give me what now?
Yo, any undead who fight us are gonna get fucked. It's known.
Now imagine an undead soul strider. Evian and Ishri would have a field day.
That might happen.
That's fair. Yeah, that wouldn't be very good for anyone else.
You said wisdom save?
Wisdom save, the DC is 13.
I'm now taking control of my fucking Korvir spawn. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes!
Are you fucking kidding me?
Use it to fight the other Korvir spawn.
Yes, and Ishri is going to command attack your other spawn. Attack those. Attack that one specifically, and she will point.
Slay him.
Yeah. So she will. Yeah, that's what she'll do. She'll say that. So attack the other spawn, and then she will move back to where she was. Slowly
That's
but surely.
fucking funny.
It is hers now. And I guess, can she say one more thing?
Yeah.
She'll say to everyone, that one is under my control, don't attack it. Alright, it's her turn.
My undead friend.
You're welcome.
Alright, well, other Korvir spawn.
Is it not Lily the dog's turn?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Lily does have a turn.
So Lily the dog is going to move one space closer to Evian, slowly but surely, and then she's going to attack the corrupted just below.
Isn't it dead?
Oh yes, that one is dead. I apologize. I didn't delete it.
Then she will move to the next one. I swear I'm trying to get it above. I'm gonna put her right next to Ishri, slowly but sure.
Alright, and Lily's attacking that one?
Mm-hmm.
See what we got for it. Can't win them all.
Okay, cool. That's her turn.
Going to bring us to Korvir spawn running away. The other ones... Okay, well, one of them gets a turn before the other one, I guess, is going to be under issues. I'll roll a D2. On a 1, Ishri's goes first. On a 2, the other one goes first. Okay, thank God. Something has to happen. Okay, this thing is going to slash at Lily.
Oh, sorry, I meant to mute before that.
See, what do we have here? 14!
Don't fucking do it again, pal.
That hits.
No.
That hits. That definitely
I was already
hits.
muted, and then I pressed the mute button because I forgot that I was muted.
I do that all the
As
time.
it slashes at Lily.
Lily's gone. She's gone. She's gone. She's dead. She's
into nothingness.
No. We concluded that her sheet was wrong, and she actually had 9 HP. Was that right?
Yeah. Did we do
so
that?
she.
Oh gosh.
But the sheet itself still says 6, but I think the token says 9. She would have 1 HP then, I guess.
The old interaction died for both dogs, but also lost it because we had to. The sheets were updated at some point, and that didn't update that part.
Oh my God! Yes, the main token does have 9. You are right. I just double checked it. That's weird. But yeah,
so she has
should
1
have
HP.
9.
She has 1 HP then.
My God, is still there with 1.
Somehow.
All right. Well, second attack. Go. Swipe at Evian, I guess.
Yeah.
Help.
No.
Not at all. All right. Running away. Opportunity attack from 3 of you.
Which 3?
Dog, Ishri,
These?
and Evian.
Wonderful.
Anyone who wants it's got it.
I'm doing it for both of them, but it's slow, so.
Okay, that's fine. All right, Evian, a 10 does not hit.
Ishri,
Ishri-
the 20 was the attack roll, the 10 was the damage.
Then that does hit. 23 does hit. Okay, and Well, it's really funny because the fear does not work at all combined with her being invisible.
Pretty good.
Oh, all right. Oh my god, Lily hits 2. Roll damage for Lily. 3, and a strength save to see if it's knocked prone.
Did he just fail?
Fucking... As it turns to run, it just gets mauled. Evian taking a shot, Lily biting at its leg, and Ishri taking that chance to slash across its back. It falls and trips, and eventually is able to crawl another 5 feet away. All right, Ishri, your one's turn. What do you have it doing?
I'm having it attack, go up to the other vampire spawn and attacking it. I don't fully understand what it can do, but whatever its strongest attack is, that's what it's doing.
Get him. That's the attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, get him.
And it gets advantage because it's prone. Oh wait, no, this one. Never mind.
The one I tried not to
it is
save
trying
that.
to do whatever the fuck it can. The goal is to kill that thing, correct?
Yes, the goal is to kill that thing.
Just unhinge its jaw and have it swallow it whole. Pretty sure that's how it works.
Probably.
All right, it's going to go was it up on?
It was against the wall.
It's up here.
Yes.
5, 10, 30, and it smashes into the door. We'll do an attack. See how well it does.
Wait, why is it going that way?
Into the door, and you see as it pulls out one of the vertical bits of 2x4 creating the door, as if creating a stake.
Oh.
Oh, good news.
Nice.
And that is its turn, as it looks with a combination of hatred and fury at the other one.
Huh.
All right, Simon's turn.
We're all like,
I need to check my notes. Like I can't. I need to double check. I'm gonna have to put this in another tab so that William can't read through my notes.
All right.
Secret.
Alrighty. So now we go to Simon.
Okay, so I know it's a rumor that it's possible to kill a vampire by putting a wooden stake through their heart. Cool.
Oh, this
I
thing
just have to
seems
confirm
that.
this.
Being the traditionalist he is, he will be using a cantrip.
Nice.
Thank you so much for your help, Simon.
You did it, boy.
15 hits! Oh.
At least he's doing something.
He sure did do it.
Oh.
He did the thing.
Come on, Simon! Yay! 10 damage! I see
Go,
into it.
Simon.
It is radio.
You just see it, like its eyes closing, and it just seemingly losing it right now. Like looking all around, blinded, lost, confused. That is all Simon's got right now. Oh, and you're up.
Oh boy. This one is crawling away.
Yes.
Not on my watch.
Wait, so this one is the one that
That's our
Ishri is
friend.
controlling?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find a
All right,
heart or
just
something.
And
double
he
check.
just got a stake of wood.
And Ishri told you all not to attack him because he's on our side.
You should join the side of the vampires. Be
pretty
careful.
There
I
we
was
go.
gonna
We'll do the big scream face. Like, whoa, it's on our side.
Owen's gonna take his sword in a two-handed grip and try and drive it through the vampire into the stone ground. It is still prone, right?
It is in fact.
He will use a bonus action to empower his sword before attacking.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah. Yeah.
God damn.
And as you impale it in there, you can see it trying to lift up, to turning around, like almost trying to defend itself as you impale it at a diagonal from where it's turning, right through the chest, and it trying to grip at you, but your blade is too long and it cannot. Even with strangely long, corrupted limbs, it can't reach to you. It still reaching, but unable to get to you. The life seemingly leaving it.
Oh, it's dead.
I don't think... Did someone stab it?
I just did.
I mean, with a stake.
Oh, I used a sword.
I guess swords work.
Well, it seems to die, is what Ben said.
I always appreciate when Kim notices every adjective I use for absolutely everything. Alicia, you're up!
Alicia will continue melting this creature's face. Because what else are you gonna do?
You could try, like, positive reinforcement.
No, that's not what Alicia does.
Well,
She uses gaslighting and melting people's faces.
gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
Yeah,
Go crazy.
Did you
she's
call her
real
a girl
friendly.
boss?
That's the 3 G's, dude. You know
There
the
you
3
go.
G's?
That hits. Ben?
That hits, yes.
Ah, there you go. It's increasing.
Stop assaulting my poor friends!
Its face continues melting off.
Nice.
Real quick, Ben. I don't know how this happened because I distinctly remember having to manually set this up, but it looks like it's adding 2d8 instead of 1d8 for my divine strike.
Strange.
Yeah.
That's only 25, not 20.
So I went in and changed it.
Like I said, I really want to like rebuild everything from the ground up in Foundry because they've kept adding features that we have already added ourselves. So
Also, to describe how Alicia casts spells, it is as she usually does. It seems to be that she absorbs energy from magic, but in this case, it's more like she's absorbing the life force. By consequence, leaving nothing to hold together the skin or the muscles or anything, so it just kind of withers and then like slowly just crumbles to the ground. Probably horrifying to Rama and Simon, who are just next door. Staring at all this happening.
all right, that one is in pretty broken shape.
Like
So
twice.
Rom, you are up.
Alright, Rom is going to make room for our new bud. And,
Let him do his thing.
make room for our steak friend. And then, I'm gonna do part 3 of Moonlit Flurry. So hopefully, let's see if I hit first. And I am not flanking this time, or does
Yeah, you'd still,
90...
still count. Yeah, you're both in melee
Okay.
with it. Oh! Oh! There are no words.
Rom slips on some pebbles while
Damn pebbles.
Yeah, she's walking by and just, didn't get a good footing while she...
Can I make Evie and Bam Bam?
Oh, stop.
That's rough. Feel genuinely.
Alright.
Yes. Oh no, she doesn't get second attack with that because it's a spell, right?
Yeah.
Oof.
Evian, then, you're up.
I feel bad for my friend, but I am also not even looking remotely near. Does this thing look dead? No?
Which one? The
one
that
on
one?
the ground, like right in
yeah,
front of
I
me?
mean, you're watching Owen impale it, and it's like life is leaving its grasp as it tries to grab towards Owen.
I'm gonna squeeze on through here. And,
Slap this one.
I'm gonna slap it 3 times. I assume do all 3 of those hit?
2 of them do.
There would be the flanking.
With flanking, or?
2 of them hit with flanking.
Okay. That is a whole lot of damage.
And rage increases damage, but not to hit.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I have it automatically done in the rage section there. So that is 23 damage.
As
and
you
that's gonna be my turn.
Charge forward with this flurry. Finally, with the last hit, it slams up against the wall and falls unconscious.
Okay,
Just unconscious.
is it friend's turn?
No, it's Ishri's turn.
Not yet. Oh.
So
All right.
yes, it is friend's turn.
Ishri is friend.
Ishri is going to run. She's going to get up between friend and the one that just fell unconscious, and she's going to stab it with her sword. The unconscious one, not the friend.
The one that you told the one you told your friend to kill.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right.
Just 2 buddies committing assault together.
Does that mean there's no more space for friend?
Yeah, that means there's no more space for friend over there.
It's okay. Ishri will give a new command in a moment if the token moves.
All right. So Ishri gets over there. Roll. You have an advantage. I really shouldn't have. Automatic crit. It's incapacitated.
Do the big one. Yeah.
You fucking right through the chest as it's falling, just impaling it, and it falls.
Are we still on initiative? If we're only...
We are not. No, yeah. At this point, as you
Alicia
guys
would back off and look at the other one who's holding a stake.
it is holding a shattered chunk of the door where it just bashed in and grabbed and.
Ishri, did you tell it to kill this one?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And then she backs off, making sure to leave space for the other one.
I think this... So I could never confirm it. It was more of a rumor kind of thing, but it said that apparently maybe vampires need a stake or wooden something to be put through their heart so they die, and that's what he seems to be doing.
Ishri will turn to the new friend, and she will say, confirm this or deny this. Is this true?
Yes.
Is this for all vampires?
All that I know.
Well, then that means we can't accidentally kill Korvir, so that's good.
I
does that
suppose.
That means this one is alive.
Probably.
And Owen motions to the one he's still holding his sword into.
Ishri will turn to the spawn and she'll say, take care of the one at my feet, and then Ishri is gonna try to grab a splinter of the door and kill the one at Owen's feet.
And as you move past the spawn that you are controlling, that you have so mettily removed the fangs of by calling friend, moves over and kneels down. We'll take your soul. And stabs it in. And there's a brief second, and then you see as quickly body.
Does it like poof turn to dust, or does it sort of like crumble?
It crumbles.
We should probably go look out for Walker.
We cannot stay here.
Even Evian would already be like sprinting down the hallway to go hope that Walker is like still alive.
Seeing Evian run down the hallway, Alicia would be like trying to like not exactly keep up because she can't, but like gingerly falling behind Evian to make sure there's somebody else in between in case something happens.
Simon just kind of, did I tell Walker back?
Would I hear that?
I'm assuming.
No, not that loud.
He can't have gone far. We can't stay here anyway. The two that escaped, they will be back.
We should all go after Walker. And she will turn to the friend and she will say, follow us as fast as you can, as quietly as you can.
Gives a nod. This strange group now,
+1 vampire.
Yep.
Hannah, I said keep the group to 6.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
We can't even have half a fucking session. Come on, man.
What's his name?
I was gonna call him Lily the Vampire.
That's offensive, I think.
He probably had a name before too, because this was a person.
Alright, so you guys begin heading down the tunnels, little by little, making your way. With one more. I assume you're moving a fairly quick pace.
Yeah, Alicia will also be throwing messages randomly towards where Walker might be, just saying like, "Hi, are you there?" Every so often.
What if she hits someone else?
Well, it only says, "Hey, are you there?" and then they get confused. And then Alicia knows not to do it again and that there's somebody, so it's okay. She's still doing it.
Owen does retrieve his shield before moving on.
Sorry.
It better not be bent.
Nah.
Well, it's a very hefty...
If one hit makes the shield bend, it was a bad shield anyways.
Well, but like, if you strike something at its weak point, right? Like, if you strike the shield at its face...
Can I get a marching order, please?
I think Evian would probably be up front.
Yeah, Evian's definitely up front.
Remember, we do have a marching order page.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
Walker's
that's right,
way
you do.
further up than the rest of you guys.
Where is that?
Planning orders?
Oh, planning orders. Yeah, that's logical.
Logical.
It took longer to load that than the
Yeah.
map.
Yeah, it did.
Not me.
Okay, Alicia's...
Works on my machine.
This is really weird. It moves in both places.
You have to make sure you're only selecting one.
You have to unselect.
Oh,
Why
God.
is Walker on the left side?
Oh, God.
I moved him far to the
Why are there
right.
2 of me?
It's because one of them is in the rest. Only select...
Yeah, there's one in the
only
rest
select-
order and
okay,
one in
sorry.
the...
Oops.
So Evian's probably like further up ahead, but Alicia was trying to keep up with Evian while they were Owen and Ishri were killing the last one.
Evian wouldn't be moving at like full, like.
Alicia would be
tilt.
keeping at least a 20-foot distance between her and Evian, though. So.
No problem.
Okay, yeah, I'll go middle-ish, I guess.
You could back it off one because Alicia's gonna have like a space between them, anyways. Alicia's probably always keeping a 20-foot distance between her and Evian, if possible.
Oh.
Man.
You know, he called by his real name, Peter. Yeah, Peter.
Hey, beat it.
You know, like our favorite character from Suits.
Oh. No. No.
Then tell me you remember.
I mean, yes, I do.
Okay.
Of course I do. Anyway, so
Let's get going.
you guys start heading down by little.
Down.
You don't know exactly where Walker went, so where are you guys going? I am here.
Well, we know the one door he went to is locked.
You don't know which one he went to. He didn't say.
This is true.
All you know is he went to the west, which means there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options.
Well,
Oh, Jesus.
let me look at the map to see which.
Ishri, can you get Lily the dog to go and try to find Moses?
Oh
Yes.
my god.
Yes, Lily the dog, please, track Walker.
Yeah, I was about to ask, can I see, like, any signs of travel tracking?
Like footprints
like,
in the
recent?
dust.
Give
Isn't
me
there fog
a...
covering the floor?
Yeah, there's still fog covering the floor, so...
Walker's
give
not
me
exactly,
a...
you know.
Evian, give me a survival check to see if you can find any remnants of tracks, though Walker is very good about not leaving tracks.
That's pretty good, dude.
I feel like that's pretty good.
That is pretty
Wow.
fucking good.
I didn't expect it to be
Meanwhile,
that
I would
good.
also like a perception check with advantage from Lily the dog.
Oh, no.
He's very good at finding sin.
Lily the dog's all messed up.
I thought Lily died during
almost
that
dead.
fight, but I forgot that we had the hit point thing.
Yeah, she had
I
one more hit
thought-
point.
I thought
She's almost dead and being like, the magic is being taken away from
Yeah,
her.
and she has a
I
magical
thought
tummy
I
ache.
thought Alicia was asking Ishri with the dead dog.
Oh, no.
That would have
That's a
been mean.
very hurt dog.
It's a
So-
very injured dog.
Lily is trying her best, but like she is miserable in every way right
It's
now.
probably limping.
Ishri, she's got this big chunk missing from like
Oh.
her left like shoulder blade where it like dug into her.
Ishri will give Lily the dog 5 points of land.
Hey!
There you go.
Oh,
Does it
Nice.
hurt?
Yeah, it does.
Man.
Oh, poor Lily the dog.
Probably hurts less
to
than
endure
open
Ishri's
wound.
I mean, yeah, but still.
Meanwhile, once you get to the crossing to the west, a bit of searching and Evian, you kind of looking, spending a moment, just at least you can get that, figure out which way he went. After a couple of moments, as far as you can tell, it's not so much dust as it is just little bits of hair possibly left by a fun arcane friend that might be weirdly losing some of his hair. That's strange, but it is leaving tracks
Man, Sin's getting old already, huh?
going south. So
Alright, then I will head that direction.
begin following them.
Confidently.
The closer of the two would be taking the next path to the right.
Well, he did say one was locked. Right? Like, he said that to us. We know that.
Yeah.
So,
Did he say
I
the trap door was
assume...
locked or just an entrance was locked?
I don't know.
William, what did he say? Oh, okay, no Walker.
Sorry, I'm here. What's up?
What did Walker
As
say in the sending?
It was one. I've checked one exit and it's blocked. I'm going to check another.
So,
What's going on?
the
Or should I come back
closest-
with what it was?
the closest exit, I will assume...
Yeah, the closest exit to the west is the one, like, you guys are now going south, and there's a T-junction that goes to the right, which would be,
Right.
yes, that one. And,
So I will assume that the closest one is the one that is locked, so I will go to the next one.
okay. You continue south the way that,
Kind of chancing it.
yeah, the way that, the initial way in that Alicia showed you. Walker, we jump back to Walker. Good old Walker.
Am I playing D&D?
Yeah, you get to play D&D too.
Oh, man.
Oh.
I waited like a month for this.
Don't worry, you'll be waiting another month after. Oh. Not to worry. Checked.
There it is. Fucking keep going, dickhead.
You make your way to the exit and very carefully...
I don't touch it.
I'm sorry?
I get close and I listen. First things first.
All right, give me a perception check.
Does Sin help? Does Sin also try to listen?
Sin is very sick and does not want to do anything but lay down right now.
That's sad.
But of course she's willing to if you need her to.
Well, we'll see if Walker's able to get anything.
It sounds about normal. Pretty quiet. Like, you know, it's early-ish morning, like 8 a.m. You don't hear anything, but, like, it was a dead-end alley that you came in, so it would make sense that you didn't hear anything. This is, I assume, at, like, the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, no, he would have gone to the top of the stairs.
Okay, alright, yeah, at the top of the stairs, you're still silence.
He would then ask Sin if she smells anyone having passed here recently, you know.
Alright, perception check, advantage.
Where the fuck is my Sin sheet?
Oh, that's something different.
The Sin sheet? I can just double-click the icon, I forgot. It's been a while. Don't sue me. No, don't sue me. Don't sue my precious credit rating.
Kind of smells and looks around. Ears kind of go up. She goes back down the stairs for a few seconds. Sniffs around down there. Heads back up. Shakes her head.
Walker would then try to open the door.
The hidden side wall door opens, and there is, again, not sun, but that kind of vaguely overcast. And that mist is not nearly as intense up here. It is much weaker.
It's good information. And that is exactly what Walker was looking for. Weird how the other door was kind of locked, though. Maybe it's a matter of inside the walls versus outside. Either way, Walker's going to carefully close, making sure not to leave any signs of passage. And then he's going to take Sin and begin carefully moving back. He was told there was fucking dude, so he's gonna not be, you know, an idiot and rush in. But he is holding his Glock and walking slowly.
All right. And after maybe 10 or 15 minutes, you hear the sounds of footsteps ahead of you. Groups of them.
Is there a like one of those rooms he can duck into?
At this point, no.
Fast approaching?
I mean, at a walking pace.
Walker will try to quickly but quietly move away and, you know, try to find one of those rooms, I guess.
I mean, this would be before you will have even reached one.
So there's not even rooms this far in?
No.
Maybe round the nearest corner and then try to, you know, keep an eye over the edge.
Give me a perception check. Look, and what you see making its way down is Evian leading a group, and towards the back of it, someone that you don't recognize. A very strange, pallid individual.
He's not just gonna jump out yet. He's gonna watch and see what happens.
Meanwhile, what are you guys doing?
I mean, if I don't see Walker, I'm gonna keep moving.
Anyone else? You guys doing anything? Talking to your friend?
Owen is concentrating on watching the path behind them, as there were two other vampires that ran away.
All right, perception check from Owen.
Alicia will pass message towards, I guess towards Owen and just ask, can you ask that creature how they figured out that we were here?
He'll reply back with message. I guess he was gonna say we should wait until we find somewhere safe, but this might be important because we don't.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
He'll sort of nod and then he'll just where is it in comparison? Is it ahead of me?
Yeah.
Owen will sort of tap it on the shoulder with his sword, and he'll say, kind of coldly,
Man looks confused.
"How did you find us?"
Answer his question.
And Korvir. Looking around. That bells me.
The true power of Noriho.
There's just a bit of confusion at that.
What do you mean by scent? Did you smell us? Where did you pick it up?
Mist. Didn't find them. His sensor.
Does it persist outside of the tunnels?
Not during the... Not powerful enough yet.
And what about outside the walls?
But all within his domain will eventually be corrupted by it.
Not on the Shine Watch.
He just blinks, confused.
Fuck! I'm sorry. That was so fucking.
And then everyone turns and looks at Owen as he laughs to himself like a maniac.
Walker just hears that in the hallway.
It must be Owen. Nobody could be that cheesy.
That's what Walker hears. Not on the Shine Watch.
So Walker doesn't think that they're being controlled. They're kind of like interrogating it a bit. But it's not like
it's weirdly casual.
Yeah.
It's a weirdly casual interrogation.
This causes Walker's brow to furrow, but he doesn't. He's still gonna wait to act a little bit longer.
It's been so furrowed in the last 10 minutes.
It's fucking solid stone at this point.
Ishri will say, "Answer me. How many more of you are there in these tunnels, searching for the living?"
Not many, I would wager. Pauses for a moment and just kind of looks up and cocks his head to the listening. Not many. We were sent. We will try.
How many more of you are there in total? Where did you come from?
Your envoy. We are Korvir's gift. Created us.
Yushri looks to him and says, "You are not Noriho's envoy. That is not true. You are Korvirs, and Korvirs alone. Do you understand?
Yes. He says with a furrowed brow of his own.
It's good enough for Ishri.
You guys continue walking. Walker, what are you doing?
Whoa, bro, I got a fucking
Okay.
20,
what do you have?
on my
Sorry?
perception
Okay.
check. I got my. Do I notice anything?
You can hear movement coming from up ahead. Quietly, like moving back around the next corner.
He'll say, "Stop." Something is up ahead. To the group, he'll say that.
Assuming Evian can hear him, Evian will stop.
Should I send Lily the Undead to go and investigate?
Sent who?
Our new friend?
Oh. Owen looks confused.
He looks at you. My name is Corum.
Lily.
I don't recognize that name, do I, then?
No.
Does
Didn't he
Alex?
just say his last name was Walker?
No, Lockhart.
Oh, okay.
I heard Walker.
That's less concerning.
No,
Yeah, Walker's
Corum
good
Lockhart.
cousin Corum.
All right, then I suppose I can send Corum?
He looks
Corum.
at you like, are you?
Yes, go around the corner and figure out what it is, and if it is one of your kind, begin to kill it. We will come to your aid.
You see as he focuses and as he starts walking, his nails grow longer and he just, as if like his muscles begin to get bigger as he walks.
Okay. That's something to work with, I guess.
He's working on being.
How far is it away?
Maybe 20, 30 feet, if that.
Well, before it's within 15, I don't think Walker has a choice here. And it's time for an ambush.
Oh no.
Oh no, we had so many more questions!
Yeah, why are you sending him ahead, you maniac?
Oh.
Wait, can't he hear us, like, talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't know, like, what, like, sort of effect the group might be under. Or what, like, if she says a fucking dangerous creature, like a weird creature with growing nails is approaching him.
Okay, but, like, hold on. We just asked it a bunch of questions. I don't know, man. It seems like
he's a bunch of questions and said, only kill if it's your own kind.
Mm-hmm.
And Walker would have heard all of
your
that.
Point. How to do with that information?
Like, Walker at this point could always just, like, make himself seed
I could.
and be ready with his crossbow.
What's Walker doing?
Well, firstly, palming 4 silver bolts. Secondly, getting one ready. Thirdly, I guess he's gonna, before it gets too close, he's gonna fucking come out with his, crossbow level at the funny guy. No further. What's going on?
Corum, obey him. Corum, come back to me.
He pauses for a second, starts to answer. Like, as he opens his mouth to speak, you say, Corum, come back, and he turns and walks away, turning his back to Walker.
As he turns around, Evian will look at Walker and say, I don't quite understand it, but Ishri has this one.
Nariho has blessed me with the ability to command him as I see fit. At least for a time.
Just gonna look around the group for any other, like, second opinions here.
It is possible with magic to do such a thing.
Seems pretty handy for now, don't it? You can ask questions and stuff. Yeah.
I have him for 24 hours, unless he, I guess, dies again. His name is Corum. He's quite agreeable now that he's not trying to kill us.
There's but a moment where there's some like slack in Walker's arm where he's just all of his mental processing is trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. But he'll firm up again and say, "What's happened? What is that?"
Probably a vampire, from our understanding so far.
An undead created by Korvir. They found us by scent, Walker. We have to move.
And the fog. The fog as well.
We can't stay here.
The fog is also seemingly absorbing magic at the moment, which means a lot of magic spells that we can cast are weaker than regular, such as Ishri's ability to disguise herself. It is potentially also giving power to somebody or something, or it's going somewhere. So we don't know yet if Korvir has the ability to take some of the power of the magical spells that were cast for himself, but it doesn't seem to be very strong at the moment. Or yet, at least. It's increasing.
Corum, are you aware? Answer me, are you aware if the magic is being siphoned to someone or something?
So, mate. Who's back? Lord Korvir.
It does go back to Korvir. Sorry, you were very quiet about it. Is that what you said?
Yeah, we're getting your mic, dude.
All
okay.
This domain returns back to the Lord Korvir.
Okay, so as I suspected, some power seems to be going back towards Korvir.
Can you just say it was magic that allowed you to control it?
Control what?
Walker kind of gestures with his crossbow at the zombie guy.
We were ambushed, Walker, by a dozen or so. We used more than just this magic.
Magic still works. It's just a question of some magic has not been working as well. I mean, the dogs might start being affected. Both Lily the dog and Sin might start being affected soon. But I don't think
Then what of the magic that controls it? Will it be affected as well?
That depends. I mean, if this is a magic put in place by Korvir himself, I can siphon magic to some extent, Walker. That doesn't mean I cannot cast magic. I take the magic and cast it myself. He would probably be able to do something similar.
That goes over Walker's head a little bit, but
on a much larger scale.
If he moved past, we should. If it's the fog that's doing that, then we should leave. I found an exit that was not blocked, though it does lead to the outside. There was not nearly as much fog there.
Well, that's good, at least.
Corum said it'd be a few days before it affected the outside as well as here.
There's probably some inside of wherever Korvir is staying, though.
If we leave the city, and I'm not saying we should stay, but 2 of these creatures escaped. They know of the tunnels now.
Then they are no longer safe.
Corum, can Korvir see you now? Through your eyes, or look upon you and see what you're doing?
Do not know. Has many powerful abilities in his domain.
Like?
You see, as there is a pause.
As then pulls up a character sheet.
As he begins thinking. This domain rules, afflictions, the curse of vampirism. They do not affect him. In this his home. Noriho. Noriho's guidance. That is how he knew you were here to see his undoing.
Have you ever seen him speak with Noriho? Or do anything towards Noriho?
Pray. Pray for the day that the embers arrive and strike about an inferno.
Oh, Owen looks worriedly at Ishri.
I'm not an emperor, for what it's worth. Yet, at least. Obviously, he is grossly misguided in his vision of what Noriho is. Anyone can pray to the air. It means nothing. Yes. Will the stake through his art work as well?
What was that?
Will the stake through his heart work as well?
Will not die. Something so simple. It will not die.
I guess it kind of makes sense that there's more complicated processes for much more powerful vampires. Although I could not begin to fathom how.
I don't care about killing him. How do we stop him?
Don't we already know that?
Do you know, Corum, of anything he is weak to? Any way we can incapacitate him?
Only thing he has ever shown concern for. Pauses and takes this deep breath as if, like, he knows how bad what he's saying is at this point.
Tell us.
Yeah, gaslight this bitch.
The non-believer. She-Witch. The one who has worked against him. Against Noriho's vision of a better world. At every...
And he fears her.
He shows concern. Korvir does not fear anything.
He'll fear us. Make no mistake.
Damn right he will.
How guarded is your keep?
My keep.
Walker would roll his eyes, but holds back. And this
Owen crosses his arms obstinately.
Only the most trusted. Korvirs. Gifted. Are allowed to watch. Are allowed within sacred.
Tens? Hundreds? How many people?
Well over 100, but I do not know how many.
And they're all like you. All monsters.
Gifted. By Korvir. Gifted. By Noriho.
No, just Korvir, not by Noriho. How long have you been like this, Corum? What were you before?
He pauses for a moment, and you can see he has to strain to focus on his men. And it takes a long moment. There was pauses. And you can see he stares forward, every word almost straining as he does. I worked with the Antelia Brigade. A taxman. He lived. And you can see he still trying, as if this part of him is dying even in his own mind. Orwin. That's all he has to say.
And how did you become like you are today with Korvir's, not Nariho's, Korvir's blessing?
Embraced it. Part of the invasion. Member of the Red Band. And he looks down. A time came. So with Korvir. Chance to survive. And I took it. Pledged loyalty. To Korvir. To Noriho. To whatever this oncoming storm, this inferno truly is.
Ishri, we need to go. We can't stay here.
I understand.
Before we
Yes.
leave, we should get rid of it. Ask any other questions we need to before then.
Why?
Ishri said Korvir might be able to look through its eyes. We can do that with our... You know.
Wouldn't it look through any of us? I mean, I don't have a resistance against such spells.
Kim, I didn't catch that?
I don't have any resistance against such spells.
I'm not worried about us, I'm worried about it.
Yes, but if if Korvir has seen any of us through its eyes already, or any of them, then he can cast such spells again on any of us. There are spells that you can see what other people see.
He is under my power for an entire day. Regardless of if he gets hurt or anything else.
I understand Moses' concern here, but what I'm saying is, if Korvir has already seen us, he can cast the spell to see us again.
And Walker, we could use him to get inside the keep. That is still our intention.
Walker does not look happy with this, but does not argue. He will sheath his crossbow and put away the bolts. He'll move to rejoin the group, or actually leave the group over to the exit this way. You know, begin taking them towards the one he found was open.
Are we leaving the city?
If he can find us via the fog, then I don't see another choice at the moment.
I think he can almost find us in the fog if we're in the tunnels.
Well, there's no way of knowing that for sure.
What we
Then
should
must
do.
choose. We must choose whether to risk staying close by or moving farther away and not being able to come back.
What we
this way.
should do is refrain from discussing anything vital with it nearby, just in case he can hear through him. What we should do is leave the city for now and prepare our next course of action.
Objections? Owen looks around.
Evian shakes his head no.
Sounds all right to me.
Yishri nods.
Simon is in agreement and also looks like trash.
Getting near the group, he's gonna draw that silver knife. Do you fear this? He'll say, looking at him, looking at the guy, the funny man.
It represents our undoing. Was it not?
Is that what you think?
What do you mean by that?
Moriho's blessing, given by Korvir, allows us protections from so much, but looking back at the dagger, not that. Never that.
Oh, the silver thing was correct.
It's good to have confirmation. Walker considers testing it on him briefly, but since it might be a bit much.
Just out of curiosity, can you enter houses without being invited?
Walker fucking looks like, turns back and looks like, what the fuck?
I'm just asking him.
He slowly shakes his head. We waited. Beyond your dwelling, where we could not enter.
Oh shit!
Well,
What the fuck?
I did not
size.
expect that. I didn't expect that theory to be correct. Huh.
We could have just taken a break from the fight.
Armor on!
What stupid limitations do you have that we can use?
Alicia knew about this thing being a rumor, and now she can confirm it. Alicia's like, I'm gonna write all the books about vampires after this.
Alicia Morgane, vampire expert!
Did you catch the that's a good name for a vampire expert. Did you catch the question that Walker asked, Ben?
I did not.
It was, what other stupid limitations do you have that we can exploit?
The limitations of the blessing are few and far.
Well, name the others. From like puts her hands on her hips.
Get on with it.
Avian has like a go on gesture.
Some, most, all have some sensitivity to the sun, which is why this domain has.
Makes sense. That was one I was pretty sure about.
But it is different. Those who have accepted the gift fully are much less susceptible. Perhaps it hurts their eyes, but it will not kill them the same way it would my ilk.
Have you fully accepted the gift?
I was not worthy enough. Or I have not been powerful enough, or not prayed enough. I do not understand, but I do not the complete capacities.
And there's 100 inside that castle.
How exactly are vampires created?
Is it really? Is this the time?
Listen, we might as well figure it out if we're gonna leave it behind.
Well, maybe hold on to that. We're about to be exiting. That staircase is just up ahead.
Alicia's still looking curiously towards this weird creature.
As you guys walk, that perpetuation can only be done by the most powerful. Only one, the gifts such as Korvir, can create more. And they are just that, they are powerful gifts. Very hard to
Rom like snaps her fingers. Head vampire.
Well,
I hate you, Alex.
at least this
Is that a
means
joke? No, sorry, go on.
What happens? Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, at least this means they can't just turn us into vampires.
Well, Korvir.
Was that a concern?
I mean, I don't know. There was a bunch of vampires there. If a vampire can just randomly bite us and make us a vampire, yes, that's concerning to me.
Simon was bitten.
Wasn't that a werewolf thing?
I don't know.
Weren't the werewolves also hurt by silver?
So it's
Yes,
similar.
being affected by like lycanthropy usually are sensitive
Walker.
to.
Walker looks
silver.
incredulous. Why the
I
fuck
mean-
are vampires similar to werewolves?
They're not exactly similar to werewolves. I was just curious about if the way that there's more of them is similar. I mean, if it's easy for him to get more followers, that's a good reason why there's hundreds of them. If it's not easy, then that means he's been at it for a while.
How many Quorum inside of the keep have drank of Korvir's blood?
just shakes his head. I not know.
Let's save it. We're about to head out of the underground.
You guys make your way up the stairs and into the dimly lit outskirts of Virat. You see instinctively as Quorum begins to just shield his eyes looking down at the ground.
Does anyone have a cloak? Besides Yishri?
Most of us are wearing cloaks, right?
Walker has several, doesn't he?
Walker has extra clothes. It's true.
I
one in
mean,
his bag,
did
though.
we all bring our packs with us in the end?
Would we?
Yes.
Why would we not?
Yeah, so we all have a cloak.
Well, Alicia,
Give him a cloak.
Walker, can I have a cloak for Quorum, please? Something large to cover him up.
Walker continues walking, but looks back, kind of like blinks a bit, like wondering what the fuck this is about, but does get a cloak and hands it to Ishri.
I thought you said there was no sun in this realm.
There's still. And he just looks up and like winces.
I suppose there's still daylight.
It is
Ishri does
faint,
say-
but here.
Yishri says under her breath, the caves are much nicer. It's true. Yishri tells Quorum, put this cloak on and cover yourself as much as possible. Do not look at anyone, keep your head down, and try to remain inconspicuous.
And he does so.
And Ishri, you should probably do the same.
Yishri does the same.
And then we head out of the city, not to that same farmhouse, but somewhere else.
Are we casting Pass Without Trace?
Really need to. We're just kind of leaving.
How's the misty mist up here, man?
The mist is almost non-existent.
Can it
Okay,
pass?
can I roll like insight or something to see if like does the city seem like it's still on a witch hunt?
from outside? Do we hear angry mob sounds?
Is there like angry sounds? Can we hear like regular city living, or is there like, you know, eerie silence, or is there like angry people marching about?
You don't need to roll, but like within the city, like it's not as it was when you arrived, but there aren't roving bands of people hunting. It's just kind of on the quieter side. Like there is a discernible tension.
Okay. We should still err on the side of caution, Walker. There was straight up a witch hunt not long ago for people.
I recall we'll take careful pathing as we leave the city so we don't get seen. We should be fine otherwise.
I just realized I keep not thinking about it and calling him Walker, even though I want her to call him Moses.
Simon,
yes, join
make sure to have your Al take a look up ahead.
Focuses for a moment. Reconjure Onyx. Takes off. Anything in specific, Onyx?
Just groups of people that we might want to avoid as we head out. Oh my god, Onyx, he's fucking...
Perception so far, we've not been rolling very well.
Yo, I rolled pretty great. Avian rolled pretty good.
One of the times.
Wait, no, his was a survival check.
You know, every once
Walker's
in a while,
decent.
I'm okay at things.
On occasion.
I just meant today.
So, guys, make your way back out of the city heading south. I assume
not to the same place, but probably
okay,
gonna head
but
to
you're just
a
making your way
farmhouse.
out that way.
Yeah.
Is the end goal here?
I think Walker's gonna try to get the group in like an area that's not easily seen from the outside, maybe like a farmhouse or a barn or something. Have the owl sit up top to keep an eye on things, and just have everyone
Barn's
with a chance
much
where we can
easier
really
to defend because it's smaller and open, so like they're generally like there's gonna be less stuff around one, so you can see if anything's.
What were you describing, Finn?
A barn?
Yeah, barn. Yeah, so the idea is to get us there so we can then, all finish our interrogation and then see what we want to do after that.
Okay. Not a problem. So, you make your way towards a barn, seemingly abandoned like many others. And, Onyx perches on top of it, keeping eyes peeled, occasionally flybys around. What about the rest of you get inside? There is hay. It is very... It's not as hard as straw and hay should be. It's like slightly soft. Is strange, but...
It's not mildewy, is it?
No, it's more like...
ghostly.
Yeah, like everything else, it's just slightly off.
How are Sin and other dog feeling at the moment? Do they are they
Sin
recovered
and
now that we're
other
out
dog.
Are they like feeling better that we're out of the fog, or?
Slightly, like it definitely seems like they're, up a bit more. Though obviously Lily the dog is not the happiest after getting mauled by a vampire.
Once inside and after checking on Sin, Walker will say, "All right, we should be good to finish our interrogation here. Once we're done, we'll send the vampire and someone else to watch him outside." Wait, does Walker know it's a vampire? I think it's a safe assumption. We'll send the vampire and someone else outside to keep an eye on it, and we'll have our discussion regarding what to actually do and what we're going to be doing next.
Very well.
then just to clarify, is there any fog otherwise? Like something where we'd be obscured if we're suitably high enough? Or...
No, nothing like that. Not a single thing like that when it comes to fog. Especially
Walker
not out here.
Looks around to the others and waits for them to continue the interrogation.
Corum, where would Korvir be right now, around this time of day?
We are just not like to interact before nightfall. Probably within the castle.
Where does he sleep?
Do you sleep as a vampire?
That's a good question.
He does not need to for one of Riho's gifts.
Do you need to sleep?
Do not, though his humane, arcane connection require rest.
He must get his magic back like everyone else.
Interesting.
Where exactly in the keep is he sleeping at?
Stays in Master's bedroom.
Owen scowls.
Is there any other way to kill a vampire than through a wooden stake?
Or silver.
But can you actually kill a vampire with silver, or does that only hurt you?
I know that when were I to perish, do so, the stake. But I know that he pauses and looks back in the direction of Varad. The gifts Nariho has bestowed to Korvir are much more powerful.
Okay, but there's no other way to kill you.
He cannot be
them.
killed.
Yeah, that's fine for Korvir, but you or any other more regular vampire, you can only be killed by a wooden stake, right?
That is what been explained to me.
Okay. But silver can harm you, so can sunlight. But then sun can also kill some of you, right? Because that's also a thing you said.
The weakest.
Okay.
Suppose we can always test the silver part later.
So what you're saying is if we had not stabbed that creature that I slew with the stake, it would have risen again.
In a time, yeah.
Do you know how much time approximately?
I do not. I would wager it is on the intensity of what you have done to it.
Oh, interesting.
Does it have to be wood?
Yes.
Walker is going to find some scrap wood around the barn, and I'm sure that's fine, right, Vin? And then begin making some stakes.
Doing some whittling?
Yeah.
Do you have more strength since you've accepted the gift? Have you had more strength? Been able to? You can resist more harm?
I am strong, faster, smarter.
Smarter
Gifts.
how?
Retain information. My mental dexterity is better than I've ever had.
Interesting. You can cast magic, right? You were saying that you require rest to get arcane connection back.
I cannot.
You cannot. Can you hide your appearance as a vampire to appear like a regular person? Or somebody who has not accepted the gift?
He motions at what he is now, pale and with exaggerated features, but not completely unhuman. Could pass if hidden. Much like how Ishri can kind of pass as an elf if you don't look too close.
Elf, air quotes.
This is as close as it is.
Do you know of the magics that are on Korvir? Do you know what those are? What they do? Where they come from?
Shakes his head. Do not know. The arcane.
And when you say that Korvir believes that, in whatever blasphemy he talks about with the Nariho, this thing that he believes is Nariho that he prays to and such, do you know anything of his history, where he came from, anything like that?
He pauses for a moment, staring at you. He came from a prison. Beyond that, exactly, you ask.
What type of prison? Where? And how did he get out?
The prison kept by the she-witch of the camp.
We already know about that, Ishri.
How he got out. The red band let him.
Of course.
Did not know what his prison was until it became what it was.
Can he be returned?
He can. Think.
How?
Seems to believe that with prison is as because he cannot die, just return to it, come back anew. Beyond that, I do not understand it, nor would I pretend to. Just stands seemingly still under this domination by Ishri, in which he's only able to interact so far as Ishri commands. And here in this barn, as you speak with him, we will go ahead and take a quick break.
Any other juicy questions we can ask him?
We'll figure it out.
He never answered
Do you have a
if there's
crush on
any-
anyone?
Yeah.
He never answers to tell us
pretty
all the other
juicy.
weaknesses to vampires. He never answered. He just said there are not many.
Oh. Up to you guys here in this, here in the decrepit barn out in the garish countryside.
Is there anything else particular to vampires who've accepted the gift of Nariho as you have? Any weaknesses or other strengths you haven't mentioned yet?
We are an undying breed. Sure you have seen it, but... And he looks down and he takes his right arm out, and then with his left, he starts to grow a couple of his fingernails into long claws and scratches down his wrist. And holds it out as it begins to bleed, and a second later, you watch as it begins to heal. Over the course of maybe 5-10 seconds, it is as if the wound never happened.
Interesting. And what about other weaknesses? You can't enter homes if you're not invited, and is there any other particular things like that? Any foods, perhaps? Can you eat food?
We can. We do not require it. Another of the many gifts of sustenance. But I do not know of weaknesses, fears.
Only sunlight, silver, and wooden stakes.
They seem to fear the power of my faith well enough.
Oh, that's true, and they don't seem to be quite as affected by my magic as most living things are.
Didn't it seem like the light was hurting them? Did it?
I mean, yeah, like, to a degree. From what he said, it seems like, depending on how powerful the vampire are, how dangerous the effects. They're probably, you know, the weaker vampires are, you know, more heavily affected by sunlight. He was mostly just... But also the sunlight here is significantly weakened, because this is no longer just the mortal plane.
But what about, like, Simon's ball of radiance?
Oh yeah, that fucked him up. Like, they definitely seemed fucked up by that.
Okay.
What is a stake exactly? Like, can I just shred some wood and send it flying towards you? Would that count as mini stakes?
It needs to be purely comprised of wood, I would believe.
And pierce
Impaled
the
through the heart.
Correct.
So it must be towards the heart. There goes Walker.
Also, Alicia has totally taken out a sheet of paper and has been noting down some of these things.
Won't go look room scoop. Any other questions for this one?
Yes. Are there any that you are commanded, compelled to not see, to ignore?
He just seems confused. He hears you to a degree and just seems confused and doesn't really know how to answer it.
Shrugs.
What? And like looking in your direction and then looking confused. Like he can vaguely see someone out of the corner of his eye, but when he properly turns his attention towards you, Ishri, it's like you're not there.
That's fascinating. Well, maybe we can use this to our advantage. I mean, if Ishri goes to open, or goes through anything, and is in front of some of them, well then, it seems they can't see her. So if she goes, she would basically be invisible.
Can you get us into the castle without the others of your kind seeing us?
I can try, but I can make no promises.
What's the likelihood of that working? Others would most likely see us, yes?
For a large group, asking a task, a fortress built to be defended.
Roger just shakes his head. I think we have better uses for him, but if we're to discuss that, I don't think he should be here.
What path would you take us to be the most discreet?
To the wall. Bring a time when pauses, when they are rotating out.
When does that happen?
Every few moments, they change patience. Further down the battlement.
Okay. Any ideas on how going over the wall would be the best?
He just... He doesn't... He shrugs again and pauses, and... I am no expert subterfuge.
We have any other questions for this one?
I think I've gotten all the vampire-related questions I can think of.
Okay. You, Walker says, pointing to the vampire, are going to stand outside. Walker begins moving outside to gesture to where the creature must stand.
Obey him.
Yes, so.
Stand over there. Walker points like near like a thing where he won't like easily be seen, maybe next like the house or something.
Yeah, he walks out next. All right.
Ishri, have Lily watch him.
She commands Lily the dog to do that in her head.
Ready to get my PM?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then Walker will head back inside. Okay. So the information has been helpful, though things have been complicated due to the mist. We now have a time limit. As far as ways to use him, you said you have 24 hours from once you afflicted him?
Yes, exactly. 24 hours.
My idea is that we can have him run around the town, avoid being caught, shouting, making a ruckus. People might think he is one of us, and it may pull guards from the castle. The longer he's able to do this, the better for us.
Probably would want him to do this near-ish to the wall, wherever we're going to be going through the wall. Not very close, but close enough that it would actually attract attention from people of the wall.
Remember, this is 24 hours we're talking. It can be an extended thing. If we let him do that for a little while, long enough for word to be gotten to the castle.
How long do you think it's going to take for them to apprehend him?
The normal people in the town compared to that thing, I don't think they would be able to catch him so easily. Though I'm not an expert on that type of thing.
I mean,
either way.
If they catch him and manage to spell the magics, they can ask him any manner of questions about us.
Which is why we'll need to act during that distraction. My thought is our original plan, using the wing spell to get us onto the battlements, where we'll need to quickly dispatch any guards and then begin to look for Korvir.
If Ishri is essentially invisible to them, and I can make one other person at least mostly invisible, depending on how this magic works, looking over at the fog, even though there's not much here, and then we could have at least 2 people go onto the wall and cause potentially a decent amount of damage without it being too noticeable immediately.
Didn't he say the guards on the wall were changed? He said every few moments?
Yes.
Might need to ask for clarification on that. But still, how many people would they have up there? 10? Would they be, he said, the best of them? Would he be one of the best?
No.
Could we take...
He wouldn't be.
We'll need to try to gain insight on the strength of the average guard there within the castle.
Well, from what he's said so far, their strength would probably be those of more than what we've already faced, because from what he's explained, the people who are inside are the strongest ones, and he is not even fully resistant to sunlight when he says that some of them can be nearly immune to dying from sunlight.
Why would they send weak monsters to fight us in the underground?
I don't believe they're weak. I think they're just weaker than most of what we're going to be facing inside the keep.
Perhaps they did not know who it was they faced down in the tunnels.
They probably don't know how many people.
Scouts, then.
They caught a scent and they followed it. That is all.
He said the fog could sense living creatures. Yes.
Is everyone here dead?
Many were.
Then it must have been a scout. Someone to see if some of the town's living have found their way down there, or if it is truly their infiltrators.
Well, 2 of them escaped.
Well, either way. We cannot use the underground any further. We will need to be careful how we proceed. I still believe the wings are our best chance, and that our best time would be as morning strikes.
Do you think...
Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe I am thinking too far ahead, but if we can defeat Korvir, could we perhaps stab the silvered knife into him to incapacitate him? Perhaps it will cause him so much pain that he cannot.
I think that goes vastly above our knowledge of the matter. We can test the knife on the creature, see how it reacts. Of course, we know that won't be exactly the same given the difference in power, but it should give us at least an idea.
I mean, from my vague understanding at the very least, it's similar to lycanthropy, which you guys seem to have encountered previously.
A few times.
The werewolves we fought were not immortal by any means, and there was no semblance of anything like that. They were just resistant. They were tough, but not unkillable by any means.
Well, I suppose. That seems to be, from my understanding, a similar vulnerability to such weaponry that vampires have.
To the werewolves, the silver was poison. I think we only have one way of finding out just what silver is to them.
I'm 100 of his kind inside. I thought maybe a dozen. We cannot hope to defeat so many.
I think our goal is to focus on Korvir.
He said where he was. Owen, you know where that is?
Aye. But once the fighting begins, the noise will draw others.
We'll have to handle it like we did last time. In and out as quickly as possible.
I don't. One sort of pinches the bridge of his nose in frustration.
Even if it isn't possible to go in and out immediately, it is possible to at least, instead of focus on killing them, just focus on incapacitating them or slowing them down. Blocking them, if possible at all. Do we have a way to simulate sunlight through spells?
I can make it.
Well, if we leave it behind in a room, that would probably slow them down, at least somewhat.
No, it's a keep. There are more than one. There are more ways than one to get to any given room.
Well, if we focus on at least slowing them down, we should be able to get somewhere.
And if there are spellcasters among them, if those soul striders are vampires as well, God forbid, they will just be able to dispel my magic. I can go so far as to ward a whole
room, maybe more, from undead. They cannot pass at all. But it is magic just like any other that can be dispelled.
It's all the more reason to try to resolve this as quickly as possible before they can arrive and make use of their abilities. He'll surely have someone on hand, but so did the so there was last time. We all know the dangers. There's simply no other option at this point. If we are to retain any element of surprise, we will need to do this within the next day.
A short rest then, to bind our wounds.
How does she look?
She'll be able to do more spells by then as well. I should be. I mean,
Ishri looks a little worse for wear than usual. Like, not like she's got any open wounds. She just looks tired.
Ishri, you'll come with me. I'd like to test the silver weaponry.
Sure, yes.
And Walker will go outside to the creature.
Was as he
Walker takes the knife and holds it out. You are to cut yourself, your finger, on the knife.
Do as he says.
if you want him to like prick his finger on the knife you're already holding. William?
Yeah.
Okay. He does so, and you see this like singeing burning as it cuts like a knife through butter.
Is Walker able to glean anything about this? Like, was this clearly more effective than a normal weapon would be? Is this the type of thing that would be like
more effective, but definitely a case of it is.
He had healed immediately to previous damage. Is this healing?
It takes long.
Alicia would have also showed up to take notes of what happens.
It takes a hot bit longer, maybe twice as long. Instead of, 5-10 seconds, it's closer to 10-20. And there is still by the time it heals, there is still a visible scar now down the edge of his finger, where he ran it across the blade.
Does the thing experience pain?
He doesn't seem to I mean, in general, well, you wouldn't have seen it during the fight, but the rest of them would have seen that they did seem to be able to experience, I acknowledge, pain. Given that Ishri is currently dominating this thing in a way that is just like complete magical domination, it doesn't seem like, even if it is experiencing pain, it essentially doesn't have Ishri's permission to react to that. So it can't.
What was it that what did it do to itself earlier to demonstrate its healing ability?
Took a blade down, took sharpened one of its finger into a claw and went down its wrist.
Injure your arm as you did earlier.
Does so.
And now hold still. Walker's going to take the blade and kind of like. Right, Nick, you good?
Nick, you good?
Who's running at the mic?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Walker
you dying?
Did you just unmute to cough?
Yeah, I did the. I was muted and I unmuted.
Play D&D, guys.
I'm so sorry.
Walker's going to stab perpendicular to what the creature slashed on itself to see how it affects the healing of the rest of the wound.
Seems to take, compared to the wound next to it?
No, like perpendicular, as in intersecting.
Okay. It seems like once you stab it, the healing stops for a little. Like it delays any sort of healing effects.
Okay. Now, injure your other arm as you did before. And once he does so, Walker will then stab the arm that he's been stabbing to see if it
He
stops the
starts
healing
to do
throughout the
so
body.
and then pauses. And then
Walker will take a step back.
you hear a voice that is not his.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I don't think he needs to be doing.
Wee woo.
Walker is
him.
going to
Fucking
take a
stake
step
him.
back, hold the knife ready to fight. Look around. Something's
Who have you
happening.
brought?
What did you say?
What have you done? The blood of my blood. My children, my brothers, and my sisters. What have you done to this brother of mine?
Ishri, finish it.
Ishri will come up to it, and she will say, "You are a defamation upon Nariho's good name. Kill yourself, Corum."
Do not call me by his name. Do not blaspheme the name Nori. You
Hears this?
bitch.
Oh no!
Ishri is going to
I will
Corum.
be waiting to give you that death you so desperately deserve. Will not be high, and I will not stop you. For your heads will sit on pikes and be a reminder to everyone else who wishes to march on this city that it is mine and this family is.
Then who's hearing this? Is it just Walker?
It is everyone. They are.
Oh,
He is
that's-
speaking through Corum's
Yeah, they're
mouth
outside.
right now. So
But,
whoever is around him right now,
Alicia's nearby because she wanted to take notes.
and Ishri.
And like people, if they're close nearby, like I'm assuming it's not great sound insulation for the barn.
Ishri is going to grab the knife from Walker's hand,
Okay.
the silver dagger, and she is going to say, "Nariho is a force for good, and you are evil, and we will cut you out." And she is going to stab Corum in the heart.
Oh, damn!
You. Why would you do this to my innocent brother, you evil bitch? And that is the last thing as he falls to the ground, coughing up blood.
I'm just gonna imagine Walker finished at least a stake or two, right?
I'm sorry?
Imagine
Yeah, I'm
Walker
sure- I'm
finished
sure
at
he
least a
has.
stake or two. But this guy's not disintegrating, so
He is
if you
not.
take it out, and then he's gonna go for it with the stake.
Ishri Ishri leaves the knife in, and she kind of like pushes him away, and she kind of like stomps off for a bit. She looks incredibly angry.
Can Walker stake the guy?
Yeah. As he falls, just right in, like, back, left side of the back into the heart.
Sure.
You in, and after a second, disintegration, falling to dust.
What's
Walker
going on
is
out here?
not. Walker's just on the ground with a fucking stake and a pile of ash, and Ishi's storming off.
I think.
What happened?
I think Korvir just spoke through him.
Ishi's fears were right.
Oh shit! Did we lose the element of surprise?
He said he's waiting for us, and he's gonna pike our heads and put it outside the city.
We need to
Oh,
move.
honestly, that's not too bad. I mean, I've heard worse from the Red Band.
Nice. Well,
I'd like to see him try.
Well, I would have liked an element of surprise, but it looks like that's not happening. Let's try to keep both not happen. Either way, we need to move now. Now, just to clarify, Ben, he said that he wouldn't stop us. And what else was it? It
He
was
will
that he
not
wouldn't
stop you. He will be waiting.
He
Oh,
would
no.
be waiting.
Oh.
So he can like wait for a short rest, right? Like,
That's up
I mean,
to you
he's
guys.
waiting.
Well, we're gonna find a different spot and then wait, but yeah. Is everyone good to find a different spot to do a rest? Or
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should totally leave.
Yeah, seems like
Abe.
a good idea.
Walker does wipe the vampire blood off his off the silver dagger before putting it away.
All right.
Seems reasonable enough.
So, where are you heading now?
Different farmhouse. We're good. It's different farmhouse.
That way.
The original
that way.
farmhouse.
The original farmhouse.
Yeah, we feel comfortable. Like,
Little bit of
wouldn't expect
nostalgia.
To be
They
fair,
wouldn't expect it.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, we can go right back to the caves. They'll never expect that.
they probably wouldn't.
God, they really wouldn't, would they?
They would know, but they would be
I mean, there's City of the
confused.
Mist probably, unless it's
They
just
would know.
Orcon.
They'd be like, surely it's a similarly sized group of hobos, right? Like they wouldn't be that stupid.
Did we try getting Evian to just blow the mist away with his iron lungs?
Do that next time we go in.
Yeah.
Man. Well, I guess that gives us a more... Go ahead, Ben.
As you guys make your way towards the new farmhouse, are you guys... I assume in your regular... Get your marching order ready.
I'm assuming... who is it? Sin came back at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
Evian will retake his place in the room.
Where is Walker?
Simon gives a... do you want Onyx to go see what...
I don't see Walker on this map.
He's down here.
He's right there.
Right next-
Let me
I don't
reload.
see him either. Yeah.
I also don't see him.
It's him fault.
I see him in the rest order.
Yeah, me
I also
too.
see that. Anyway, what was the question? Was there a question of the group? Marching order?
Yeah.
Yeah, Walker's near the front as per the usual.
All right. Yes, so... and then Simon was like... check if what this means.
Yes, have him look over the city.
But have him be careful. All right,
Stay high up.
out of the mist.
Off.
Owen's going to help Simon along, as he doesn't seem to be doing very well.
Classic.
Ishri still looks furious. There's like extra energy in every step, and she has her sword out and she's not putting it away.
As you guys make your way towards the old farmhouse further to the west than the barn you guys were at, front and back perceptions. Classic.
Oh yeah. Where's Walker's sheet? I refreshed.
Come on.
Refresh is not my fault. I just refreshed the page. It's not my fault.
It's your fault.
The roll is my
That's
fault.
your
I'll accept that.
Perception should be on your hotbar.
Should
That's
it?
so
Could you put
I
it
don't
on the
know.
hotbar?
I don't fucking know.
You cannot.
You lying sack of.
I bet you can make a
something.
macro that references it. I don't know.
I don't know how to do that.
Evian, you notice in the distance to the north, keeping your eyes, as much behind you and you're not so much worried about what might be behind you as you are what might be coming from the city. And it is a couple of minutes after you've left the barn that you start to see these faint specks of black sky growing larger and larger. You realize hordes of bats
Oh boy.
into the morning sky.
Oh my
The gray
god.
mornings.
They're gonna cover the sun.
Can't believe we didn't get this during the spooky month.
What do you mean? It's Decemberween.
There you
December's the most spooky thing.
Just ignore that.
What are they?
That's
What are they
pretty spooky.
doing? Where are they going?
They are heading seemingly in a mushroom-like pattern throughout.
They're dispersing, trying to get a
Like-
glimpse at us.
Are they covering the city, or are they?
They are
looking for-
leaving the city in all direction.
Oh boy.
Oh, rip, fucking bird boy.
I will,
Oh
Yep.
no! Wait,
Yeah.
what if he blends in?
What if
We summoned him as a bat!
pigeon?
Oh.
Can we get a disguise check from Onyx?
From the fat pigeon?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think
like a
he'd
bat.
stealth. He'd try and hide, I think.
Think like a bat.
It's like a
It's pretty good.
We'll see what happens with Onyx. Who knows?
Oh my, is he gonna get mauled to death by fucking insectivores? Jesus.
They could
Yeah.
be vampire bats. You don't know.
yeah.
I guess I would be kind of disappointed if they weren't.
Here's a little fun meta knowledge. They're definitely vampire bats. Come on.
Alrighty. Not
Come
fruit
on.
bats, I guess.
You guys make your way at a... Evie, do you mention this to everyone else?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Surely we all see that.
I mean, you
right?
would all see it eventually, but Evian is far and away the first to notice it. And you guys start to imagine pick up the pace as
Yeah. Get to our new hideout.
they are making their way back. I would like... Guys, make your way back to the farm, and they are making tracks towards you. You get the feeling that maybe Korvir doesn't know exactly where you guys are, just in the countries.
Hmm.
And that he is trying to find more information.
What a big, stupid idiot.
There is no mist out. At all.
That's good.
You guys eventually make your way to the OG farmhouse with its quality hunting gear and all of the nostalgia that brings. What
Love
are you
hunting
doing?
gear.
What are you
Now
doing?
that we're here, we must prepare to prepare. He is waiting for us, and we still have that time limit. At least we have the knowledge of how to truly hurt him, and that our silver will work. But without the element of surprise, I imagine he'll have plenty of defenses ready for us. If you can
Two
treat with your
soul
sister,
strikers.
if you can treat with your sister, Owen, now might be our last chance to do so.
If I use my power to speak to her, then I will not have it for the coming battle.
It might also be your last chance to speak with her.
What would I even say, Walker?
He just shakes his head. What else is there to say? Goodbye.
No. Despite what has happened, Karad said that we could win. We could prevail. I'm not going to lose hope yet. Nor should you.
I'm not hopeful. I'm just trying to be real. We have prepared somewhat, but not near as much as I would like. The last time we had the element of surprise, so many other factors going our way against a far weaker enemy. We do not have those boons this time. We do not have the time to prep. We barely have the time to rest.
Walking straight into the bear's den, as it were.
We are strong, and our cause is worthy. And if we die in this process, then it'll be worth it. You must remember that.
We should have asked him if you have to be willing to be made into a vampire.
He seemed to be saying that he accepted the gift. If it's very tedious to do, as he seems to be implying it is, Korvir probably didn't give it away freely. Probably only took the willing and, the people who wanted to follow him to begin with. They're probably easier to manipulate as well.
Just because he was willing does not mean one cannot be unwilling and still have it forced upon them.
I don't believe there are many within the city who are even unwilling.
I really want to bring up the Soul Strider right now, but I can't. Just by the way, that's an example of what we've seen in the past.
That monsters seem to have an effect on people. Maybe there'd be a few, but I think he has plenty of willing.
I'm not talking about them, Walker.
He doesn't seem very intent on turning us rather making examples.
If ever he did turn us, I think it would only be if we actually asked him that point. I think he seems to only want to really... He has a purpose out of all this. I don't think he would make a very good example to all of his followers if he just, converted us being the unbelieving and going against him.
Well then, let's see about getting what rest we can before it's time.
Walker, make some more steaks for the group, so everyone gets 2. 2 or 3. 3. Everyone gets 3.
3 what?
3 steaks.
Oh, steaks.
Medium rare.
I was thinking that's what.
Think about all the dried meat.
I thought it was meat. I was like,
yeah, that's what you guys should. And you should have tried to bludgeon your friend with meat and see if those stink.
I was thinking like it would be really funny in a joke setting to rather than a wooden steak have actual steak, and they're really weak to heart disease. Steak to the heart.
So you guys are getting a short rest.
This is going to be a special short rest. Owen's going to put the kettle on. Does he have anything he's been saving?
We're not actually making a fire.
He's going to put the kettle on, and then he's going to be like, he's going to
on
nudge
the
Simon
magic pan, because we're not making a fire.
You didn't let me finish. You interrupted me.
Okay, sorry. You keep saying you put it on, but on what?
He's going to put the kettle
on the oven.
Making a fire is a bad idea, and then he'll nudge Simon and be like, "Simon, can you help me out?" Yeah.
So and begins warming up the kettle.
I think we've established due to Ishri's rugged lifestyle, she's allowed to have a short rest. That's her like sparring in a corner, so she does that.
Like hitting a pillar or something.
Yeah, if anyone looks like they're not too beat up, she will ask them to join. But I think everyone's actually short resting. So Ishri's just like swinging her sword angrily in a corner for this entire time.
Walker, Rom, Alicia, and Evian are all full health.
Then she grabs.
I do need to get my spells back.
Anybody who is spending hit dice, let me know.
I think it's time for tireless.
About 10 minutes into your short rest.
Oh boy.
Any kind of tireless, please.
About 10 minutes into your short rest, you hear a voice in your head, Owen. Voice of Korvir. Echoing as if not arcanely following the wind, but whispering on your shoulder. This immediate paranoia as you just want to constantly look over your shoulder like he's standing right there. And you hear, "I'm rounding up your countrymen who die each minute. If you're worth to give up the ember and the death stops, and you're all free."
Lol.
He said
Oh
he's
my God.
rounding up my countrymen.
Yep.
And executing them.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
They'll die each
Holy
minute.
Shit. Oh my God.
And he wants Ishri.
Well, Ishu's on an ember, so I don't know what he's talking about.
Owen, like he doesn't immediately respond. Like I know he has to respond quickly, but he takes a second to compose his thoughts, and he says back, putting as much force into the words as he can possibly muster. "Then you will feel every single one of their deaths when I rip whatever remains of your soul from that body and send you back to where you came from." That's it.
Using our spell slot, Robert. Does your bastard villain get the last word in? You have one chance, or
Oh, I want him to. I really want him to.
Come on.
You know what's great is like he never can because I'm not going to sending him, so I always get to respond.
Ben, can I use tireless, please?
Fuck, I should have called him a bitch. Damn it!
You weren't there to hear him go, "Oh, if you're a bitch, were you?"
Oh, by the way, you a bitch.
He's a big bitch. So, Ben, can you use tireless?
Fuck, I
Yeah.
should have counter offered too.
Yeah.
Damn it!
Ugh.
Time to go!
How does he know it's
73! We ready, boys!
How does
I
he know- how
love
did he know it
more
was
than
me?
anything that your mic
There's
just
probably
cut out
anybody you can ask.
Did it actually?
Yeah, it was so aggressive. Your mic went. You yelled for like half a second and then
It does that all the
immediately cut
time.
out.
It's so funny.
All
But it
right,
was
Simon
really
needs to
funny.
roll his fucking...
Wait, are we taking the rest of our
wait,
short
I've got a
rest?
thing.
That
I've
happened
got a
10
thing.
minutes in.
I'm just having Simon roll his now just to get it out of the way so I don't forget later.
I want to do a thing for Simon.
Oh,
Where is
okay.
it? This thing.
Well, he definitely did not need to...
Does Lily take a short rest?
I would say your dogs
Oh,
would
the
be...
dog can.
I would say they could be...
Excellent. I'll go ahead and put Sin at max HP.
Oh, medic specifically includes beasts. That's neat.
Oh my god. That's very neat and very
Yeah.
not 5e. That feels like something
Yeah.
they'd ignore.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Does Simon need my bits, my medic bits? There you go. Have some more health.
Jesus. Well, he's already at max.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do it on myself because I'm also a willing humanoid. Oh, feels good, man.
Oh my god. Owen's determined now.
How does it?
Damn. God, that 13. Oh, it feels so powerful.
What does it let you roll more than one at a time? No.
I don't think so. Because, like, the idea is you decide how many one at a time based on when you get full,
yeah,
so...
okay, yeah, that makes sense. How much do I get to add? Oh, I just get to go max, right? Can I
yeah.
roll max? Oh, god damn it.
Are you, like, one short?
I'm 3 hit points shy.
Oh. Well, that means you spend one more. It doesn't matter what you roll.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
at this
it matters
point-
anyway because either we win or we die, so I don't need to.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need them all. Oh.
Are Isher and Simon getting their hit points? Does someone tell anyone about that?
Simon,
I'm waiting for people to spend hit dice and such, and then I'll say it.
So you're waiting for the end of the short rest?
No. But like, we're spending like it doesn't take Owen 10 minutes to bind everyone's wounds, right? So
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the mechanical stuff to get out of the way.
Ishi's not spending hit points. So.
Oh. Okay.
All right,
Do you
Max.
need...
I'm at max because her max HP has been lowered.
Yeah.
Man, do you remember when I was like, oh, I wish we had... I should get this Aura Vitality so your max
remember
HP
that.
can't be reduced.
You remember that?
Said that. I said those words.
God, you did, didn't you?
I did.
I wish I felt
to be fair, I wouldn't have cast
orally
it
vital.
there.
Then heal Simon.
I did.
Oh, is he at max?
Yeah. He lost 17 max.
Oh, that's rough,
Dude, he's so dead.
Oh, he's dead anyways.
We're all gonna
Dog's
die.
dead.
I'm not gonna die.
Okay, everyone but Evian and Alicia will die.
Let's
There you go.
try not to die though.
So at this point, do we change the dogs into something more powerful to give us an extra edge? Does Walker tell Sen to get and fucking run away so she doesn't die too? Does Sen die if Walker dies? I think these are things Walker's thinking about while he's fucking furiously carving steaks.
Ishiri's buttering in a corner about, no, you are the female dog, and just kind of spitting the sword in the air.
Oh
my
Ishiri.
god.
No.
Walker probably looks her way at some point and feels bad that he can't help her.
Owen's gonna bring her a cup of tea when he's done helping himself and Simon with their wounds.
Ishiri kind of like blinks her eyes at him and says, thank you. She downs all of it as fast as she can and then resumes her sword thing.
Well, Walker's gonna get up next and approach Ishiri and hand her 3 wooden stakes. And here, these might come in handy later.
Thank you. Good. Yes.
As she moves to take the stakes, Owen will put his hand on her arm, kind of squeeze gently. What did he say to you, Ishri, to upset you so?
He has continually, without any regret or any sort of hint of realizing how wrong he is, he's continually spoken bad of Nariho. He has continually justified my God, who I know is good for such evil means, and for that he must die. He must. He could not be allowed to continue lying to these people.
No one is arguing with you, Ishri. But you should not let him get into your head.
Owen says, having Korvir in his head.
Literally.
And then he smiles and he taps his head. He's tried.
What was
Alicia-
that?
Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Walker's still nearby. What?
He just sent me a message.
Walker's brow furrows further. I couldn't possibly furrow any more than this.
This whole day has been very bad for his brows.
Furrowed more and more.
His fucking eyebrows are like
Yeah,
on the left and
eyebrows.
right side of his fucking eyes.
So he can barely see anymore.
He said that he would execute one of my countrymen every minute unless we were to bring him the ember, is what he said.
Walker cannot help but glance at Ishri for just a moment.
For one, why are we not running there now? Why are we not stopping this?
He is going to do what he is going to do, Ishri. Even if we left right now, we would not be able to stop him from killing however many people he wants. It saddens me to know that they will die because of us, because of him. But this is what he wants. He wants us to rush in blindly.
Do not give him the chance.
Unfortunately, there is more at stake here than the lives of one city. It's something we're all aware of at this point. None of us like this.
Remember
But
as
we
well
need
that
to scrape together any additional chance of winning that we can in the little time we have left.
remember as well that many people here chose to stay.
I suppose Ishri like puts her hand on Owen's shoulder, probably a bit too hard, in what should be a friendly gesture, and she says, "We will get them back. We'll free them, or we'll die trying. We must."
Aye, that we will. And we will show him, Ishri, we will show him the true power of faith in Nariho.
Ishri, like, the angry lines on her face kind of fade for a second as she smiles really broadly and says, "Yes, we will. Thank you."
Does everyone still have the healing potions we received on our way here?
Alicia just looks confused, but doesn't say anything.
Or kind of like gestures like, not you. Is anyone respond to him?
Evian shakes his head.
I have mine.
I have mine.
I think I used mine at some point.
I believe I used mine as well.
As did I.
Simon don't got shit.
We have two then. Who should be holding them?
Take mine, Evian.
As much as I would love to, I will not take a second out of a fight to heal. Well,
If
someone
one of
else
us
goes
is
down,
dying on the
you are
floor,
correct.
you damn right better take a second out of the fight.
Ishri. A whisper over your right shoulder. Care about them. Let us stop death. Remember, Nariho promised me your presence. Citadel needs you.
Oh, fuck.
Let's bring your family home, Ember.
Oh, shit. My mic didn't pick it up. I said that like several times.
Ishri stands there, slack-jawed for a moment, and then out loud, with her vocal cords, she says back, "We will not give in to your lies and your games. You are an abomination, and I will get my family back on my own terms."
Like these games that he's playing.
Come on, call him a bitch.
Oh, she has one more word left. Bitch.
Bitch.
Get him! Damn!
A few seconds go by. And then you hear your mind once more, but still whispering, this time over your left shoulder. I will tell Ardy and Forley all about your heroic sacrifice and how I wished I could have saved.
Dislike.
Oh boy.
Ishri's face, like, screws up for a second, like she's concentrating, and she says, "No, get out of my head. You have no power. You have no Nariho. We will defeat you, you female dog." And then she looked at everyone else. And he said the names of my children.
Walker frowns somehow more. Oh shit, I submit furrows.
How does he know
that bastard?
How does he know the names of my children?
Don't listen to him, Ishri.
Maybe he has contact with the other plane? If he can manipulate everybody here, perhaps he can manipulate some of the people from your plane.
It would also not be the first time we've encountered magic that lets people understand what we're thinking. Walker glances at Owen.
On the mention of the potions, I don't mean to... I can potentially cast a spell, and
she would go ahead and cast the cantrip. There's just like a floating hand that appears.
It can carry something like a vial up to about 30 feet, so I could get it further if ever somebody does fall unconscious. It's just an option.
But it can't give it to someone, can it?
Well, yeah, it's a hand. It can move like a hand would. It can pour contents the same way a hand would just...
And then she like makes the motion with the hand of pouring something.
The motion of pouring a vial. An invisible vial is kind of funny.
It's just like a hand, just like, yeah, as if it's pouring out a glass.
It's just an option. It's just like if ever, somebody who's far away falls unconscious, I can somewhat heal myself through magic, but I don't have any way of healing anyone else.
Before Alicia is done talking, Walker will rummage through a fanny pack. I don't know. Walker's got a bunch of fucking pockets. He'll rummage through like his like jacket pocket and pull the slightly dusty healing potion and hand it over to her.
Okay.
She carefully puts it in a pouch that's like easily accessible.
You want to move it, Vin, or
you guys have a party inventory you can move it to?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's that. Oh, there. Party inventory.
It's got a lot of health, this inventory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I beefed up its stats a little bit.
It's in there. It's in there, Kim.
Okay.
I do have one more boon that I can give to somebody.
What is that?
No one will unpin the ever-growing flower from where it sits above his heart.
Wasn't that one of the... I think Simon was using.
Aye. Alicia, this can, if you use it, it can protect you as a suit of armor would. But it will die.
I've tried armor on before. I am not the most agile person, so even with something of the sort, I'm still fairly easy to hit, I suppose.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but that's why people like me wear armor.
I
It is not to prevent you from being hit, it is that so when some monster or swordsman does hit you, you do not die.
Just nods.
Unless whatever your magic, however it works, unless it interferes, it will protect you as a suit of plate armor would.
I don't believe any of my armor should interfere. Are you sure you want to give me this?
I would rather you live than the flower.
Thank you.
And she'll just slowly take it like she's hesitating, as if she's not sure why she should be the one getting it, but she takes it nonetheless.
Well, so like if you look around, Ishri wears armor. Evian specifically doesn't, on purpose. Rom wears armor.
It makes perfect sense, but Alicia, being a new member, still feels as though she's not worthy of such a magical item.
And well, Owen knows Simon has his own magical armor. Right? That's a thing that he has.
Walker's wearing some studded leather and a nice padded jacket.
Here's a fun thing. It was never prepared since you guys got here until now. When I did his spell slots this morning, was the first time I've ever seen Simon have it prepared. Good old mage armor. Just fun little meta fact.
I realize I kind of metagamed a little bit right there, but like, unless somebody else wants it, I think Alicia's the best person to have it because it doubles her AC.
Yeah, it essentially does.
Yeah,
it does double
literally
her AC.
doubles her AC.
That'll be very fun with the clone thing I have.
During this conversation, Walker is digging through his bag. He pulls out things like briefly like a crowbar, a set of manacles before putting back in a few documents, and inevitably comes upon a few different items and kind of leaves them out. One is a wooden mug with a V on it. Another one is a playing card, and the third item is one of his mini statuettes. He's gonna bring all three of the items to a kitchen then, I guess. Is there like a dining room or something?
I mean, yeah, you guys kind of reorganized it to be more of a war room, essentially, I think. Like, I know you guys fucked with all of the furniture, but yeah, it's still there.
Oh yeah, Walker's going to place on the kitchen table all three of the items. The King of Cup card, the V mug, and the statuette of Owen singing. And then I'm going to delete them from my inventory.
Leaving things behind, Walker?
It'll only weigh me down at this point. Plus, well, I like the idea of leaving something behind.
I think for some reason or another, the party had convinced Ishri to take off the disgusting red dress. But she is going to go up to Simon and say, "Can you clean this up for me?" And ask him to prestidigitate a very nasty dress.
I can also mend part of it.
Yes, if we have time, yes.
It shouldn't take too long.
And Alicia will start. I think Simon also has it. Mending?
Yes.
So I guess both of them can start mending, and it'll take like 2 minutes to mend.
Yeah, so it'll take less time if they're both doing it. As you guys
looks nearly good as new at the end.
And then she'll say, "Fantastic! Can someone help me get into and out of this armor? I'm going to put this dress on."
Alicia will go ahead and help.
As you guys start to mess with the armor, you hear a slamming sound against one of the windows, and you see a very large bat just kind of like slammed up against it. And then after a second, flutter away.
We covered the windows.
You covered them. Okay, you did. I apologize. That you hear just the slamming sound, and then bat screeching sounds, and then fluttering. Now I've seen it, but you have still heard it.
Oh god, bats have very good hearing.
Alicia, as she was walking up to Ishri, who was about to like mess with the armor, would have said just before, in Elvish, in the best of her abilities, having seen that earlier, Ishri was upset, and she will say in her best Elvish,
You're a worthy warrior, Ishri.
And she just like puts her hand on Ishri's shoulder.
Thank you. You too are able to inflict much death upon the worthy.
She probably looks kind of confused, but just nods and smiles. Probably understood half of that.
I think I have something else as well, actually. Rom holds up a potion It's not the healing potions that Moses was talking about, but Rick gave it to me. My uncle, Alicia, he gave it to me before we parted ways. It's I think it'll stop you from dying one time, or at least getting knocked out. I'm pretty sure.
Well, whoever usually, I guess, takes the most damage in battles should have it, I suppose.
That's for 1 hour. I'm sure Rick would want me to take it, but she waves a hand. Whoever would get the most use out of it.
You do run in close to the enemy.
He would want you to use it, Rom.
You should keep Rick's gift to you.
Are you sure? I mean,
We've lost you once, Rom. We're sure. I think I speak for us all.
Even would nod in agreement.
Rum looks like bashful but pleased.
Assuming no one else makes to say anything immediately, he'll look to Rom, Evian, and then Owen and say, "Do you remember these things?" And then gesture to the items on the table.
Well, that was a playing card I think you took from Dunrock.
That's right. I think Amari bought them.
Aye. The mug, I'm not sure, but that looks like me.
That's right. It was the carving I was doing when I was first learning magic with you.
Is it?
The mug there. That's when we visited the bank.
Oh, yeah, it's from the bank.
We had the coffee there. Walker says, smiling a little bit. Just a tad.
Can you still smell it?
Walker will, after a moment's pause, pick up the cup and see if he can smell any coffee in it.
There is this incredibly... After a moment of focusing and getting it real close. Yeah, it's still there.
He does a big sniff. Just so. He'll offer it to Owen so he can get a sniff too.
He is going for a big ol' sniff. Big ol' garish sniff.
Looking back to the table and pointing to the card. You remember, Evian? You were the runner-up in that contest.
I do remember.
God, I got so drunk that night you did.
It is surprising that either of us remember it.
I don't remember leaving.
Well. If you remember part of it, that is impressive enough on its own.
Things are different then.
World's
So
different.
Though I guess we were still dealing with the red band in some way.
Simpler times.
It seems like the carving helped somewhat in the end. Walker says, looking to Owen, and then pulling the his symbol from his jacket. Yeah, maybe not directly, but carving was the answer.
I've always found, at least for me, the symbol when I look at it on my wrist, when I feel its weight, it serves as a reminder, something to focus on.
What does it remind you of?
Well, simpler times, you know. Wynn and I, we used to take my first horse. We would ride up and down the countryside. We used to, you know, after we read the book, the journal, we would take him. Delius was his name. We'd ride up and down the countryside, listening for whispers on the wind. We thought maybe we could be just like her. Go to the grove.
Oregon nods. I guess I never really assigned that type of meaning to it. I've always taken it literally, I guess. It's, it's change. Change in myself. Change in the world as well. Whether that's bringing something new into it, he says, lancing at sin, or just more minor things.
We had no idea what they meant at the time, but I remember, we'd take lunch out and we'd camp in the forest, and at first, when we were very young, we used to pretend, we'd find a spot. Oh, look, Wynn, it's the grove. There it is. And we'd sit and carve in the forest.
Remind me, what did yours mean?
New beginnings.
In with winds.
Pardon me while I go and check my notes here. Oh god. That was so long ago.
During this time, there are a couple more bats slamming up against various parts of the house.
And Alicia is helping Ishri get naked in the back corner.
Yep.
Oh my.
Gotta look her best for... There
Oh
you
yeah.
They also have a
She wants
hard
to be
time
comfy.
communicating. Alicia's doing her best to help her out, but they can't really talk the whole time. Or it's just very simple words in Elvish.
Ishri wants to be comfortable when she goes to her death.
There you go.
Understandable.
Winds meant endings, Walker.
And together that was the end of beginnings.
Aye.
What happens if you bring change into that? Never thought myself an expert on this type of thing. You all spent more time at Almerians than me. Do you have any idea what the three would mean together?
What does Owen think then, based on his research? His hours and hours of research learning the old Gar symbols.
So, when you combined Winds and Owens, it was... Sorry. Combining Winds and Owens was... what was the specific phrase I used for that? You said you had your notes up, so I assume you could get that quicker than I could.
Together, the symbols refer to the apocalypse, the end of rebirth.
End of
as
rebirth.
William said.
With change, it would be more along the lines of the end of
Maybe
everything
of
in
this
its
cycle?
Yes, the end of everything as it currently is. A brand new, essentially starting anew. Mix them together, that is the most logical way that you could create a phrase. Starting anew on everything. Instead of things being as they are, or the end of rebirth, it would be the end of this type of rebirth, that everything will be different from that. If that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Owen sort of frowns in thought for a moment, and then he brightens, and he says, "It would mean the end of this beginning, and a change to whatever comes next."
Then let's make sure what comes next is what we want, and not what Korvir wants. Once this is over, I'm going to create a new place in this world for my family. I will see it happen. It'll be in a world where that monster does not exist.
And we will do our damnedest to help you see it done.
And that is all Walker has to say on that matter. He would nod before returning to his carvings.
I'm assuming after 10 or so minutes, we've gone Ishri in and out of her armor.
Yeah. Is there anything
Alicia
else?
might help clean up the armor as well while they're doing that, so that her armor can also be sparkling clean.
It's actually not that dirty. It looks like it's only dirty from like the most recent fights that you've seen.
But still, she'd polish it off.
Thank you. Do you need anything? Prayers you wish to say to Nariho or another god?
Alicia would look like she stops for a moment to think. And just says, I don't know, Nariho, but I would appreciate any prayers from you. And she would just laugh. She looks like she's very touched by the idea, but she does not, she doesn't know exactly what Nariho means besides for it being some deity or something of the sort.
I don't usually pray to Nariho, but maybe this is the time to make sure he knows who's actually on his side.
It's nuts.
Ishri stays back in the corner, and just for like a moment, kind of like whispers, like to if she could see like up towards a cloud or something that's blacking out that horrible sun. She's gonna say, "Please, Nariho." That's it. And then she'll come back to everyone else and say, "Are we ready to go?"
One last thing, and then while Ishri was getting dressed, I assume Owen put his armor on before her because he didn't have a dress to clean.
Yes.
Evian would have assisted if he needed it.
Oh, my boy. He is dressed in his traditional Kintaran kilt. He looks very much the Prince Owen MacDurk. But he will, while Ishri was getting dressed, he will have been casting his augury ritual. Maybe not in like an obvious place. You know, he kind of goes off to pray by himself in a corner. But he would like to cast that before we leave.
Prepare for a little while, and you guys leave. You take your dice that so lovingly learned to carve.
While he's doing this, Walker is handing out steaks to the class.
You get
snacks.
How many is he handing out?
Hey, Vin, can I make a few extra for Evian and everyone else 3?
Yeah, everyone else gets 3. Give me a whittling pack.
Let's do it. This is the hype moment. Are you ready, guys?
We've been preparing all campaign for this.
Tell me you believe Woodcarver's tools.
I've
Here
never
we
believed
go.
in you more.
Here we fucking go. Yes!
That's pretty big.
So all told, you were able to get taking various wood, taking like wood banisters apart, getting anything you could that was solid to sharpen to a point that was made of wood. You were able to get maybe 27 total.
Yeah, sorry there. Quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 18, so that's 3 for each person, and Evian just gets the rest.
Evian has 9! Oh my god.
Beautiful.
Oh. Alright, and Owen, what is it that you...
No, Evian gets 12. And we're got million, he got an extra 9 on top of that.
So, Owen?
So when he gets to the end of his ritual, Owen will take up the dice in his right hand, and he'll whisper to them, Karad, I know you are with us, but I will ask one last time. Can we prevail in the coming battle? And he will throw the dice.
And it is, unfortunately, almost exactly what you have come to expect. Dangerous times and dangerous decisions. As one quickly lands the broken city, the other one spinning almost like a top for far too long, or landing the unbroken. Find that you can significant good and
I think Owen probably draws comfort from the a familiar sight. He's quite used to the dice coming up with this result, and he scoops them up with a smile on his face, and he'll sort of look out the window and just give a little nod.
And with that, you guys head off.
When Walker gives his Evian his stakes, he says on the lines of, "I'll be making an exception with your weapon choice this time."
I fully intend on it.
What was that?
Besides, I fully intend on it. Besides, I've never used them before, so it counts.
If you say so. That's what Walker has to say.
As they get ready to leave, Alicia would go vaguely up to Owen and just say quietly, like, she doesn't look like she's hiding, but she's saying it specifically to Owen in a way that not everybody can hear. If ever things go very poorly, I don't know exactly what I'll do, but I can, if everybody else is ready to get away, I can remove these. And she points to her bracers that she has on both her wrists. It will be very powerful and probably would be able to take care of quite a few of them. But I'm not... You'd have to all be far away.
It will kill you.
I don't know. I have no way of knowing. I haven't done anything without these on for nearly a decade now. I have no idea what the pent-up energy inside these or me or I don't know what would do.
Well, he looks like he's searching for something to say, but
it is something that
I'd be willing to do if ever it comes down to it.
Owen will put a hand on her shoulder and smile at her. We can win.
Just, like, takes a deep breath and just gives him a slight smile. Yes. Yes. No point going into it if there's not that possibility, I suppose. We can do
I know
it.
you just met us, but have a little faith. And he smiles again.
She just nods. I guess we might as well go. There's a lot of bats outside. I'm assuming there's a lot of, like, thud into the window.
Yes, come. Let me
What's our
show
plan?
you all my home.
What is our plan? Are we going to just walk in at this point? Ben, did he say he's not going to stop us from getting to him?
That's what he seemed to be. That's what he said. He's not going to stop you.
I think he said he wouldn't try to stop us. So do we just walk in there into this very obvious trap?
I
Do
mean,
we even have a choice?
he knows where we are with the bats, so
And if he does not, he will soon.
I can't make you all invisible, so
It is very possible we will just walk in and he will send every last one of his minions to descend upon us.
well, I mean, at that point, we'll just have to deal with whatever happens, right?
Aye.
We
I
can
don't like
run.
winging it. But I don't see much of an option here.
If only we had the horses. Such
Does
a
that
grand
make a
entrance.
difference?
Oh, I mean, it's all about appearances, Alicia.
I mean,
We wouldn't, we wouldn't want horses to come into any kind of harm.
We could have at least two if we have a few minutes.
I can have, like, a little bit of, like, wind blowing in our hair with the precipitation.
Oh, very dramatic.
She like does a little thing, and there's like there's a couple little sparkles around in the air of just like little flickers of light, and then a little brush of air blowing into Owen's hair.
Owen, like he strikes a, the classic hero pose where he puts his fists on his hips and like kind of like raises his chin.
See, that's pretty majestic.
So, do we want the
flexes.
horses or no?
I cannot change the dog. She is stuck as she is. So.
Leave them as they are, unless they wish to change.
Walker is going to kneel down next to Sin. Sin, he kind of puts a hand on her head and pets her a bit. Things aren't looking good. Don't know what's going to happen here. So at this point, I see a few options. You can stay here. I don't know what'll happen to you if I die, but you at least be free from whatever pain that this monster would give. Or you can come with me. If you do, I can try to turn you into something that might be more powerful. But that's up to you.
He, with no hesitation, is ready to fight.
As is.
In any way, however she can be most helpful.
Damn it, Ben, the choice is supposed to be hers if you want to be a bear or not.
I mean, if a bear is beefier than a dog, then that's
A lot.
more helpful, right?
She is more than willing. She just wants to help.
Walker is going to take out his symbol of change, and I don't remember if I mentioned if it was on a cord, if it was just purely a symbol. I think it's just a symbol, but he will place it at Sin's feet. And I imagine she would just sit at that point, knowing like what's going to be happening. It's at that point that Walker kind of sits in front of her, begins to concentrate, moving his hand kind of how to describe it, like putting his hand palm down towards her, like level kind of, and kind of just leaving in the air until some mist begins to some dark mist begins to come from the symbol and eventually envelop Sin. And that's going to be a cast of Find Steed, Robert.
All right.
We'd already spoken ahead
does
of
she
time
become?
about. We've already spoken ahead of time of what she can. It was one of the bears, I believe. It was the one with this half CR.
I think so, yeah.
Let me get the thing. It was a brown bear?
We'll double check.
Sure. But either way, I think it would still be black, a black coat, nonetheless, because of Walker's thing. After the 10 minutes or however long Vin wants to take, it would the mass of mist would become much larger. Sin at this point had disappeared for some time, and the mist would coalesce into a sitting like a dog would black bear. What size would this be, Vin?
Medium.
Yeah, big boy.
Yeah. And she is, for all intents and purposes, a black bear, but she still seems to have very large floppy ears, which are definitely sticking out a bit for what you would expect to see of a bear of this size.
That's something.
Silky smell.
Owen smiles
actually a black bear.
widely.
Cute.
She says, well, I suppose it is a bigger, fatter dog, I suppose.
She kind of like ruffles and shakes as you say that.
Walker pets Bear Sin like he would Dog Sin, and says, "This here is a black bear. Sometimes dangerous, but most of the time they're just looking for fish and berries. But I'm sure Sin will."
She rolls her eyes when you say that. Yeah.
Do more than that for us.
And of course, you need to roll HP for it.
That's 3d8 according to
3d8 plus 6.
3d8 plus 6. Yeah. Believe in the dream.
I believe.
More than the dog.
That's not great.
Below average, but more than the dog.
More than the dog.
Oh, so
shit. She's gonna get fucked in one hit still.
As you guys, with your
Give the flower to Sin.
Give Sin the flower. Fuck you and your mage Kim. My dog bear deserves.
As you guys, armed to the teeth, ready, everything prepared, with no longer a surprise, no longer a chance to get an upper hand, having nothing but a expected showdown now with this evil that has permeated so much of your lives. Not just now, but who knows how much Korvir and what he represents has truly affected this war, the countries, the world. But weapons sharpened, stakes in hand, victory but a literal heartbeat away. Make your way outside where bats flutter from tree to tree. A heavy darkness, even for midday. Very powerful and permeating every centimeter of the ground, of the trees, of land itself. You head down the path, making your way.
Owen is leading the way. Just so
with Owen leading the way.
Walker's near the front and Sin's with him.
Down the path, onto side road, leaving the farmhouse behind one more time. making your way into Vermont. And as you get maybe 400-500 feet, there's this loud cracking sound, like a branch or a tree breaking. And you see this massive humanoid-like demonic thing charging towards you.
Okay.
And that is where we are going to end this session.
Man, what a bitch, dude.
And what?
Dude, he a bitch.
It is never truly that easy.
Dude, I thought he was about to Captain Wallace us.
I had able to face it like a man.
Dude, I thought he was gonna be like, give us Eastry and I'll let you go. And then we were like, okay. And then we show up and he's just like, just kidding, nerds. You fucking nerds.
Well,
Like I am stupid.
Why does that first bear have Mickey Mouse ears?
They're so big
we will
and
see
round.
what happens. You guys, we are nearing the end of this fucking war finally.
We're in the end game. We're in the end game.
What are we, some kind of suicide squad?
Robert!
Did you say it's a demon?
Some kind of strange demonic humanoid thing.
How big was it?
Oh, can you guys hear that? Can you guys? Oh,
How
hold on.
big was it, Vin?
A double check.
Ew.
Close down my
Nice.
shit already.
Ewing.
Probably
I don't
about
like- I don't
9 or
like
10
that
feet
full
tall, running similar to like a similar to like an
10
ape.
foot.
How's its charisma save, bud?
Ah, we'll see. We will see. Oh boy.
What if it's just Korvir taking on his
Giant demon monkey.
his
Well,
ugly
form.
form?
In 1 week, you guys will find out.
You want to be